to add comments or questions, why don't we use the Mindshare room on Matrix for that?
Or IRC.
Or IRC. So if you're on Matrix, you can go to pound Mindshare Fedora project. And if you're on IRC, you can join pound Fedora dash Mindshare. And someone is saying, has the talk in Harbour 8 started? There's no streaming yet. So let me just double check that. Yeah, someone was just asking. Nothing?
Justin, I think you're the only person I've seen with a fedora.
The Red Hat, yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to decide if I bring it or not, but I went for it.
I would. I only got a backpack. They don't fit well in backpacks.
Yeah, I had to wear it on the plane ride the whole time.
Right, I live in Scotland and the felt does not like rain. So I don't think unless I've got something to put in.
Yeah. Okay, I see the live stream, but there is a delay, so maybe it just took a minute for the person watching. Perfect. So I figure, why don't we just go ahead and start with introductions to kick off, and then we'll share a little bit, I think, around the context for this session, and then we'll do some sticky noting and open discussion around how the money gets spent in Fedora. Do you want to start?
Well, you can start. You already have the mic.
I'm Justin. I'm the Fedora community architect. I joined Red Hat last October, so I've been at Red Hat for about 10 months, but I've been in the Fedora community for going on 8 years. So around the topics that we're going to be talking around today, the Mindshare committee in Fedora is one of the major leadership bodies in the Fedora community, and the Mindshare committee also has the delegation around how a lot of our event and swag budget gets spent in the project community. So there is a group of folks who some are elected, some are appointed from different teams to the Mindshare committee, and as a whole, those folks help kind of be the interface to the community for things like event sponsorship or travel support for a speaker or getting new swag ordered, doing a Lime survey for like a community survey. So that's where the Mindshare committee fits in, and that's also where me and Nick are coming in on this too.
Hi, I'm Nick. I'm barely awake. Yeah, I woke up about 9:15 and was like, oh, I'll go get breakfast. Then I looked at my schedule like, oh yeah, my talk is this morning. I've been a member of the Mindshare committee ever since it started in around 2018. There used to be a group called FAMSCO, Fedora Ambassadors Steering Committee, and then that kind of got revamped and expanded into Mindshare, which includes ambassadors, design, websites, elected members, docs, I think, and something that I'm probably forgetting. It includes representatives from several different groups. Justin?
So the context for this session was the clickbaity title of Help Us Spend Fedora Budget in 2024. So there's two things that we want to talk about in this session and talk with you about in this session. Is on one part, we're going to be starting to think around how we want to spend our budget for 2024. And one of the things that didn't happen last year, partly because I joined Red Hat at the exact moment when the budgeting conversations were happening, was that we didn't really have a chance to have a wider community conversation around what do we want to do this year? What do we want to prioritize and spend, and what places do we want to have a presence? So the first, or one half of this session, or this conversation, is going to be trying to understand what people here in the room are interested in and would like to see a Fedora presence in. And that might be things from event sponsorship. It could be things from new community swag. Like I see folks from the Fedora Mexico community here, and we did the skull sticker, the Dia de los Muertos sticker. So there's opportunities to do like customized local swag for our different sub-communities, and also travel sponsorship. So people who traditionally, like the ambassador program, having people from the Fedora community going to conferences, speaking, or doing a workshop and getting support from Fedora to go and do those things. So that's the first half, is just coming up with a list of the things that we want to prioritize for next year. And the second part is especially seeing the wide range of folks who are in the room. I see some folks who probably have never interacted with the Fedora Mindshare end of things and are very new to that. And then I see people who have probably seen Mindshare for as long as me and Nick have been in doing that end of things too. So the second half of this is going to be, what are the challenges and barriers that make it hard for people to ask for funding or to get the resources they need to go and do awesome, amazing things for Fedora. So that's the two halves that we wanted to kind of split it up today. I think just to kind of get our brains moving a little bit, I've got some sticky notes that I'm going to pass out, and we'll do some a silent exercise to get started, and we'll have everyone put their sticky notes up here on the flip chart. And the question that I want to start you with is either, you can answer it one of two ways, is where is an event where if you've been in the community for some time, an event where you had people in the Fedora community, or it was a booth or a speaker, what was an event that made an impression on you, where Fedora had a role there? Or where is an event or a local meetup or some other kind of community event where you would really like to see Fedora more present? So I'm going to go and pass out some sticky notes here, and then we'll do like probably 5-10 minutes until the writing slows down. Perfect. And I probably should have grabbed some pens from registration desk. Oh, well, we're in the room. Okay. Perfect. So Nick is going to pass out some of the sticky notes, and if you are in the live stream, you can also put in the Mindshare Matrix Room or IRC channel as well, and we can pull some of your feedback in, and we'll write a sticky note for you and put it up on the board here. So we are at 9:45 local time, so we'll start with 5 minutes, see where we are from there. If we need more time, we'll take some. Otherwise, once we're done with that, we'll come and put all the sticky notes up here on the front. Mike.
So just one event?
It could be many. Do you only have, everyone should have a few, I think. So you can write. Oh, okay. Yeah, take a few. Yeah, sorry, I should have been more clear on that. So take a few, and it could be, you could have just one note, or you could have 5, you could have 7. I can't make any promises that we'll do all 7 of those things. But if you have 7, feel free to go for it. So we'll just take 5 minutes here, and I'll also watch the Mindshare chat for the virtual.
An event that either made an impression on you that Fedora had a presence on, or something you think Fedora should do.
Yeah, I realized this morning that last night never really got together.
So we're at 9:49. We'll take just another minute or so here. I see most of the writing is slowed down, but we'll take just another minute or so just to wrap up what you're writing down. Anonymous is up to you. You can either initial them or just leave them blank is fine. So if you are already finished and you have your notes ready, you can come and bring them up here to the flip chart and stick them any which way or that. We're going to do some of the sorting after. All right, I think that was everyone. So as a reminder, for our live stream, we prompted everyone to, and we also got some of the virtual ones, thanks to Robert. So the folks in the virtual chat, thanks for participating there as well. The questions was, what is either an event that you've been to or Fedora had a presence that really made an impact or impression on you, or what was something that you really wanted to see Fedora at? So just looking through here, part of me was just curious to see what kind of themes came up from this. And I see a lot of these like bigger events like FOSDEM, a lot of FOSDEM, and Flock, I guess. Flock Ireland, a repeat of Flock Ireland, all right.
I'll do that.
Also, Fedora Hatch events, which was, that was one that Marie Norden helped kind of pioneer of doing more of the around the virtual Nest event, having small, localized meetups for the Fedora community around that time. Maybe we could do this by, it'll help me sort it. We can do it by region, maybe, for some of the ones that are like APAC or North America or LATAM, and then we can split it with virtual ones or localized ones. Let's take a minute to try to sort these out, and then I'll read them out for the stream.
That's kind of general.
So definitely seeing some common themes emerge on the board here. I think from the European side of things, we definitely have a presence for a preference for some of those bigger community events like FOSDEM, where we have several people from across Europe who come together, and usually we have a lot of speakers that are there. We have a booth. We do some community social events. On the North American side, I see Linux Fest Northwest, which is in Seattle, which I know we've had folks go in the past. I also see
Regional Linux festivals, you know, like Texas Linux Fest, Northwest Linux Fest, that type of event.
yes. And I also see some here for LATAM, so Conference Panama, Conference LATAM, support to cross-border meeting events, presence at community events in Spanish, so having some language diversity with how we're doing our outreach and events. And then on the more general side, there's things around supporting more local events at communities and community events at universities, including swag and venue. Fedora Hackfests, GNOME Guadec, which also rotates its location. In the same lane, there's also KDE Academy, some of our two biggest upstreams.
I put one, I think, generic post-it because, I put Fedora Latam events, both investigation in progress. Because I need to talk with all the countries to check the events, I don't know, maybe I know what events mark myself, but I need to talk with the other people to receive the feedback and put the correct information to your side.
Excellent. So for the virtual folks, it was a comment that Luis put Fedora LATAM events, but as a in-progress item, is that it's something that we're trying to, I think with COVID and other factors, really paid an impact, at least in Panama, or maybe more broadly with all of LATAM around.
Maybe I'm going to try to only not focus in Panama, I'm going to try to focus in all the countries. I'm going to check with all the people. Maybe the next week I'm going to SRP, maybe the next week I'm going to send this information for you. Okay?
Perfect. And then I also saw some desire for doing some of the virtual, keep going on the virtual events as well. I think that one probably is a huge one because, even with Flock, we're trying to kind of move it towards a more hybrid format because there are always going to be people who we can't do the travel or can't bring into the event. I think this is an interesting list, but I want to turn it back all to you all and see if there's anything that you thought was interesting while you were thinking about this. Was there anything that you hadn't thought about before with how Fedora is doing our events, or is this all kind of what you'd expect? I see like a lot of regional Linux fests, a lot of Linux distro communities, OpenSUSE, GNOME, KDE, a lot of FOSS events. But is there anything on here that you think is missing, or you were surprised by, or is everything just kind of what you expected?
I kind of thought about putting Red Hat Summit up there just because I guessed you there. Give you some support.
There was Matthew, but yeah, it was. So the comment was Amy mentioned Red Hat Summit as a.
I missed something. Can you write in my post-it? The Fedora University in Panama marked my, this have a good point myself because we do this in the past to all the universities and we have a lot of students registering the events. Fedora University, remember that?
Yeah, this was something that LATAM used to have a program for, right?
Yeah.
We'll write it up there.
I'll say what it was on the online post.
Yeah, it was Fedora University in.
Something like the Fedora School or Fedora University. I remember the name, because it's in all the universities in the country, in Panama.
In Mexico, we have the Red Hat Academy, the Red Hat goes to different universities and something like that. Maybe we can take advantage of that.
So I think this was a good warm-up to start trying to generate some of the ideas for our events. I think from here, we can share a little bit on what we're looking at for the next year. Also, some of how the process has changed. Some of you have been around for a while. Some of you are new to all of this. So I thought from here, I can share a little bit more around what the process looks like. So say you want to go and do these events, or you want to make sure that Fedora is sponsoring KDE Academy or GNOME Guadec. What does that process look like? And then also I want to talk around some kind of future thinking around budget reporting in Fedora, because that's also had many eras and chapters of how we talk about those things.
So one thing, Justin, I was just thinking there was, with the, Flock traditionally has been in the US and Europe, is there a possibility to have it somewhere else? So have it in Latin America.
The FUDCon question.
So, if you want to try and bring new people towards Fedora, then you go to new places as well.
Yeah, and there's some really interesting things in the chaos. Yeah, appreciate it. There's some really interesting things in the Chaos project, which is a community that creates metrics for community health in open source communities, and they have a metric in their DEI subgroup for event location diversity, which is exactly that point. Because even for Flock, I was really bummed because we had 7, possibly more folks who were not able to get here because of visas and the big burden that some people have to go through to get to Europe or North America that other people don't have to deal with. So I think it's a great point, and that's something that I would really like to try to explore in the next year as well. I think will fit into this piece I'm going to share. So I'm going to talk first on process, and then going to get into the future kind of ideal where as far as our budget goes in the Fedora community, how I want to try to push and drive things, make it more easier and more transparent for folks to understand how our budget gets allocated and how you can request resources from our budget. So many moons ago in Fedora, we've had the ambassador program, which is one of our oldest and I think probably one of the more well-known community programs that's come out of Fedora in the last 10, 15 years. And we had folks, it was, in many ways, I think our ambassador group was also kind of this subtle mentorship group as well, which is partly why it became challenging later. But an ambassador was someone who was a approved Fedora contributor who could request budget to go and travel and speak at conferences or meetups or local communities about Fedora, and would get support from the Fedora project to go and do those things. And back in the day, there was this very long process. So you'd have to, if you wanted to become an ambassador, so then you could then request resources, you'd have to connect with a mentor who was in your region. And this was part of what I think you mentioned in your intro about there was the Fedora Ambassador Administration, FAMA, was that?
Well, that was just the people that did some of the behind-the-scenes stuff. FAMSCO, Fedora Ambassador Steering Committee. Fedora Ambassador Steering Committee, or FAMSCO, would kind of develop some of, that was the leadership body that ran ambassadors.
Right. So there was this leadership body that was also kind of like what Mindshare is today, of elected people in the community who were representing our regional groups, our people who were going and doing our events. And then there was so there's FAMSCO, the Ambassador Steering Committee, that was the leadership group there. There was also the FAMA, the Membership Administration, which was kind of the more procedural part. So you want to be an ambassador, you find a mentor, your mentor works with you for a couple months, kind of walks you through Fedora and how all these things work, what the processes are in the community, and then if your mentor feels like you're ready, you'd go to FAMA and you would become an improved, work with the administrators to get you the approved ambassador status, so then you could go and do the events. Fast forward a bit to 2018, and there were challenges with growing and scaling how we ran the ambassador program. And a lot of that, I think, was just because Fedora had grown a lot since we launched ambassadors. Red Hat, our primary sponsor, had grown a lot since we started the program. We used to ship out credit cards to people in all the regions of the world who were outside of Red Hat. Like we had folks in LATAM, in India, in North America. I think we had 3 credit cards at one point. 4 at one time.
There was North America, LATAM. There was North America, LATAM, Europe, and APAC.
So it was a very different time back then. And so for a number of reasons, compliance things and international business law is a tricky thing. So we had to come up with a different way. So in 2018, some of you might have already met Brian Exelbeard, who's also here at Flock. He was in the role, the Fedora Community Architect role, 2 people before me, right before Marie Norden. And back in 2018, we had a group of us, together with Bex, Nick, myself, and a handful of others who came together to come up with a better way of trying to make sure that we're still able to support all of our folks in different regions to be able to get the resources they need to keep doing all the awesome stuff that they're doing in their local communities. So we created the Mindshare Committee as a different approach to this. And so the idea being that if someone needs resources or support in Fedora, you can come to the Mindshare Committee, which is a collection of representatives from across the Fedora community. I mentioned in the intro, we have some elected roles that are in Mindshare. We also have appointed reps from different teams. We have a design rep. We have a websites and apps representative. There was a community operations representative and a handful of others that I probably should have committed more to memory before the session. But docs and mentored projects, yes, Mira. Which unfortunately, we wanted to bring in more of those folks here to flock, but again, location diversity, visas, and timing of things was hard. But so Mindshare was this new approach of having a group that would get together and be the kind of the interface for the community. You need something, the Mindshare committee is where you go. And there's a group of people who are from all across the community, can ask questions. So we had design folks, or the idea at the beginning was, oh, well, if there's an event that needs swag, or you need those kinds of things, well, hey, there's a design team member who's there, and they can help, like, oh, have you thought about these things, or have you done this yet? Or, hey, you have a websites and apps person that's there, and like, hey, do you need like some support, like, you know, the what can I do for Fedora.org site was a big part of that for a time, of like helping people talk about Fedora and be consistent in doing that. And then COVID happened. And really put a damper in all the physical events. We had some excellent, amazing virtual events, thanks to Nest and Marie. We also got to do all the cool swag because all of our event budget that we normally were giving to people to travel was not being spent. So that's why we got all this really cool, amazing swag and shipped it all over the world to people who went to our virtual events. But now we're at this junction where, present day, you know, there's a lot of challenges in the community, I think, around trying to reboot this. We heard from Luis yesterday in the LATAM session about some of the challenges that they're facing in their community to try to revive the local community that they had before. There's also, you know, I think as new people are coming in, there's been a lot of different processes. So things have changed, and people who were in the project 10 years ago are like, whoa, like, I don't know how I do this anymore. Like, things have changed so much, and I don't know where to start anymore. And then new people also have the same challenges. Like, there's sometimes old documentation, new documentation. It's a little hard to figure out where those things are. So that brings us to kind of the present moment, and as we're going into next year, 2024, we're getting ready to start thinking around what things we want to put into our budget for the project next year. It's not a guarantee that we will get all of those things, but we want to start the conversation now so we can make sure that the things that are really important to you all, the things that people have had an impact on in the Fedora community, that we can still keep doing those things and making sure that we're making space for them next year. So kind of the future part of this is, you know, you might remember from Brian Exelbeard's time, he had the budget.fedoraproject.org website, which I love to death, but it's built in a very accountant-style way, and both me and my predecessor weren't quite accountants, or that was not our preferred or our most successful way of working on these things. But at the same time, we need that transparency and visibility into budget. So going into next year, I want to try to come up with a system or method similar to the old budget site of yore, but just the goal of which, trying to make sure that people, both who are on the Mindshare committee and people who are in the community, can get a clear idea of where are we right now with our budget spend in this quarter for Fedora. It's like, hey, you know, GUADEC is coming up. Are we going to have money to sponsor that, or do we want to send a speaker there? So that's kind of the long-term goal, and kind of using Flock as a beta version for that, for trying to come up with a system to communicate that. But from here, I want to turn it back into a more interactive session. And actually, Nick, I don't know if you wanted to add, or I was just kind of giving background or context.
Yeah, I think Justin explained it well. I mean, I've noticed things lately where it seems like people don't know our procedures, which I think are pretty well documented. Maybe we need more somehow to publicize where the docs are, because we have procedures there.
By show of hand, how many of you know how to request sponsorship from the Mindshare committee? Two.
Because I hosted one of the hackathons.
So you've got 2, maybe 3 hands in the room.
Yeah. Because like we've had one was fairly recently that put in a ticket after an event and said, hey, I spent this money, please give me money. And we're like, well, no one asked for approval. I mean, that person didn't ask for approval. They just were like, hey, I spent money. Well, ask for approval first. So maybe we need to do more outreach of, hey, if you want to run an event, go read this doc about the procedure. So
I think from here, I'd like to flip it for the people who do know the process. Were there challenges or things that confused you when you were going through that? Or was it all easy, like a breeze, had no problems? And then I'll turn it to the folks who haven't gone through the process of what things would you need to feel more confident in being like, hey, like we have PyCon LATAM that's going to be next year. How can we get, or your event here, right? If you haven't been through the process, you don't know how it works, what do you need to feel confident to ask for it? Or what information or tools do you need? So we'll start.
Okay, for me, to be honest, if Justin wouldn't tell me where I need to apply and everything, I wouldn't know. So maybe have it a bit more like visible and to share it more with the community how they can do it. And even for the approval and everything, because I think since many things have changed since the original ambassadors program, maybe, some things need to be refreshed. What I really like was the template. It was way easier, so I didn't need to think, what I need to include, what I shouldn't forget, so it was really nice.
Like issue template on the
yes,
GitLab?
Yes, on GitLab. Yeah, that was really, really helpful. So yeah, that's from my side.
As someone who hasn't submitted before but is kind of like trying to understand what that process is, it would be nice to see some example breakouts. So like if you're saying, like let's say you wanted to say sponsor an event or like have someone go to an event, right? What would be, just instead of saying, hey, I want like $100, right, to do it, like having some example breakouts of what that spend might be or some example types of spend. So like for a smaller event, we recommend, you request $75 and you should spend it like this, right? Just as an example, because then it would set the stage of what Fedora's standard is of what you're expected to, or, what you should spend or what you could spend to represent Fedora in the community. So.
Just sort of echoing that, I think given the current economic climate of a lot of open source projects, I would simply I would go in expecting that these sort of things are not offered. So if this is something that you're interested in the community having access to, I'd be very vocal that, hey, we actually have this and we're willing to provide travel spending to support you speaking at conferences or running events on your own.
So I've hosted a regional Hatch version for Fedora as well. So this is my experience from that perspective. It was quite straightforward to open the funding request ticket because there was some links already provided for, hey, if you want to run a Hatch, here you go. And it was in Pagure, not GitLab, so I don't have that experience. But again, the ticket template was very straightforward. The challenge I found was, it was literally, hey, do you want to host a Hatch event with very little parameters around that then? So the guidelines of how many people could I theoretically start planning for? What are my budgetary constraints? They weren't obvious, nor were they obvious throughout, which I get is a reflection of like, you mightn't have known the money spend that was available. That gets caught up in bureaucratic red tape the whole time. So I get that, but it was very challenging to try and plan events without knowing how much I can spend, because that varies depending if you have 5 people or 50 people.
anybody else?
I think that's just one thing, but maybe just an idea, T-shirt sizing events, for like for making a budget request, a small event or a virtual event, a medium, big size conference, what kind of spend is there and what kind of things would we be able to expect if we requested that size of an event? So.
I've never requested because I have my own budget from the same cost center. But one of the things that that I do poorly at, and I think we could all do better at, is getting things announced earlier and having at least soft deadlines on applying, because travel costs, of course, go up the later you go. And you could be in a situation where if it's not communicated well or people don't know, you maybe get, this many budget requests in, you have to decide you have got so much money, right? And you allocate that, and then somebody comes in a little bit later after you've allocated those, and it's like somebody that you really want to send, maybe a really important member of the community, and it's like you've already allocated, right? So just making sure things are planned earlier, which I know is hard, and communicating kind of time frames where you expect people to request is very helpful.
So I heard a few different things there, which I also see some themes that emerged as well. So I think I was hearing kind of the theme around outreach, getting out in front of people and being like, hey, we do this. This is a thing, and here's how you can do it. Probably talking to people, I think, is a big part of it, because, if you do crawl through the history of Fedora events, you'll see some people that have very elaborate wiki pages for their events, and that was how we did it 10 years ago. You literally had to make a wiki page for your event and document it all, and otherwise we're not going to fund you without a wiki page. We're not doing that as much today because we also started doing some of those new mindshare processes. But I think that's been confusing for people. I think that visibility, outreach piece, and talking to people is a big part. I also think the other thing I'm hearing about, which I heard from the part out more examples and having too few parameters to work with, is that it would help to see more examples of how have other people done this, and what are the expectations of putting together an event proposal? What do I have to do? How do other people do this kind of thing? So I think kind of a documentation, information architecture piece. And then I was the part around, more guidance for different sized events. So one of the things that Mindshare did create at the very beginning is we have, which maybe I should have set up the laptop now so I could go through our documentation site, but we do have policy in place for small events, medium events, and large events. And so if I remember right off the top of my head, and now I'm feeling crunched because this is being live streamed on the internet, but if I remember right, small events is you can get $150 from the Mindshare committee for, you have a local meetup and you want to get Fedora cupcakes or balloons or pizza or drinks, or some registration supplies. So that one you have to be an advocate for, or I'm trying to remember. It's the point of that one is that it's low barrier.
That's one thing I would kind of like to. That's one thing I would kind of like to simplify. Is I think it's confusing the difference between advocate and ambassador. I think really, which this is just my opinion, I haven't really brought it up in any of our meetings yet. Titles are not as important as this is what I want to do, this is what I need to make this happen. So, yeah, I would like to maybe look at changing some of our procedures to not really care about which title.
Right. So that was for that context as well. So I mentioned ambassadors as old. In 2018, around the same time that Mindshare spun off, we came up with this idea of advocates, which was meant because ambassadors at that time, in 2017-18, was really touchy because the mentorship side of ambassadors had not received the care that it needed to support the people doing the mentoring and bringing new people in. So as a result, if you wanted to be an ambassador, you oftentimes, 6 years ago, you would email people and then, like, hey, I want to do this, and then maybe they come back to you, maybe they don't. So advocates was the thing we came up with that was just to be like, hey, you just want to talk about Fedora, you don't want to do this whole process for it, no problem. We can give you, the $150 to go and do an event, and you can get those resources. So there's policy for the small events, medium events, and large events. I know the large events, but also medium, you still have to be an ambassador to request funding. And that can be anywhere from like $500 to $1,000, I think, for medium, and large is like over $1,000. You're trying to do like international travel or an event sponsorship kind of thing. So that's, I think, also been a confusing point as well, is that I felt this even when we started the Mindshare Committee, but I was in a different, now it's my problem to work with, but I think it's confusing about what that difference is, right? Because we created this new program, and if you're interested in this topic, I'll try not to skew too hard because I know we're getting into the end of time. But the next session in this room, hosted by yours truly and Sumantra Mukherjee, is going to be about the community operations team, which is the umbrella team as of now, or as of in our documentation, that holds ambassadors and advocates. So that is something we're actually going to be talking about in the next session. But I think there's the things that I'm hearing around are challenges with, getting the right resources and like support, having examples and models that you can see. How have other people done these things? I also think, the outreach piece is that we have people who are old timers and newcomers who both of them don't know all the processes unless you've been talking with me or Nick or someone else in the community who's been around for a while. So I think we need to think around, maybe it's one of the reasons or ways we could do it is with release parties, is talking about how these things work in the community, or giving some more like behind the scenes view to that. There's probably other things that we could do, like Fedora classrooms, for instance. As that came up with kind of the Fedora University, I know that was more in person, but we also have these Fedora classrooms, which are virtual workshops.
We haven't had any of those in a while that I know of, but there used to be, people would just schedule, and that was before Matrix, so it was on IRC usually. People would just schedule, hey, I'm going to have a meeting to tell people about the build system or whatever. I mean, they would just schedule basically workshops virtually on whatever topic, and I went to a couple of those occasionally, and that was quite useful to learn about whatever topic the presenter wanted to do.
So there's a couple of things there that I'm hearing. First is maybe people don't know that there's this funding available. And the other thing is maybe people don't know what kind of events or what kind of things they should spend the money on. So I was just thinking as a suggestion, would it be something like you could advertise for this quarter or something like that you're interested in getting proposals to send people to conferences, and the next quarter it's like hosting mini events, and the next quarter it's like, whatever it is, so there's something there and it's advertised very clearly for people to see, so that people get an idea this is the type of stuff that is available for this quarter. And the Mindshare committee then as well can also, I suppose, brainstorm on that and say, look, this is our goals for this quarter. We would like people to come together, or we'd like people to do virtual things, or we'd like whatever it is. It's just getting that information out to people and then letting them come to you with the proposals, instead of it just being a complete, like, I don't know how to spend this, I don't know what to do. There's some kind of guidance or some kind of theme around it for a quarter or half a year or whatever. So that's just a suggestion.
I think that's a great idea, because it came up with Sean, talking around like having soft deadlines, earlier announcements for these things. One thing that is totally absent in our documentation now for all of these event sizes is like, as far as I know, like how much lead time you need for that. And I really like that idea of doing it in a quarterly way. So like say, January to March, like, hey, if you want to do an event from April to June, like get it in those first 3 months. I really like that idea. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah.
And Alex.
For example, in our case in Mexico, we have meetings every month. Maybe we don't need $100 or something like that, but maybe we need a little pieces from swag or something in the meetings to get something to the people, you know. Maybe not T-shirts personalized or something like that, but yeah. And I don't know if this impact the budget too, counting in the small event budget.
So even from your perspective, I'm hearing like, even if it's not money dollars that we're giving to you, other kinds of ways that,
Yep.
as someone who's doing regular events and
Yeah.
regular community events.
Yeah, exactly, a regular event.
And would you think it would just be things like swag that would be helpful, or do you have other things in your community that would be?
It depends, because in the regular events, we maybe just only need swag. But if the event involves 2 or more communities like us, maybe, yeah, we need something else more, like, I don't know, a bottle or a T-shirt or something bigger.
The coffee mugs.
Yeah, for example. Because now we spend our money to make these stickers and mugs and T-shirts and everything, and that's okay. We have a refund with you, but yeah, maybe for us in a regular way, maybe we need a little stock from things like swag or something like that.
Which the democratization of swag, it's a big word.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be also an opportunity to explore that more in the next session, because that's also something that, in case you haven't heard, it's the 20th anniversary of the Fedora project this year, and we've got to come up with some cool swag to recognize that. But I think we probably have time. We'll do Robert, Amy, Aoife, and then we'll wrap for the session.
It would be really cool if we could send swag as SIGs. So if for members who are contributing, so not just for an event, but just as reward and recognition. So if we have participants who are doing things, just be able to request that.
We've done that a few times.
I have you can pass it back. I have a subtopic that I would love to actually have other people who can make the orders for swag like I do. So it's easier for people, like say, hey, you've got someone in Fedora Pride, send them 3 stickers. So that's a good suggestion.
Or you might be able to do something like we have the cool stuff store for the OSPO.
That's it. So I'm saying, actually, I've wanted to onboard community people.
I can help you with that.
I
do it for RDO. It's all about the promo codes. So one thing I did want to mention, because it was mentioned January through March events and things. Keep in mind, from a budgeting standpoint, you don't have the budget for then. But you never know how much budget you have left over at the tail end of a year. So you can take advantage of that money that you're going to lose and maybe pick up some extra swag and have it available. Or, buy those plane tickets for FOSDEM. Anything you can spend that end of the year money on for that first quarter, use it before you lose it.
Yep. I also like the timing our swag spend towards the end of the year, because then we could also be more creative or ambitious with some of the more unique stuff. It's a good idea.
So my question is probably something that I'll have to take offline with you, Justin, but just to ask in the interest of transparency, I'm curious as to how the accounting and budgetary checkpoints work for the Fedora project for that stuff. Like, who's running the numbers in the books?
I would love to have a coffee, tea, beer, wine chat for that exact topic, because that is one of the things that I really want us to get back to the old system that we had with Bex, because I think for a number of reasons, that's important. So find me, and I would love to talk more about that.
That would make the suggestions of soft deadlines and spending allocations in quarters and having themes and things, if it's planned in advance in a spreadsheet, it's easier to read, track, plan.
100%.
And your spreadsheet for this event was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Yay. For the folks who don't know, so for Flock, I was coming up with I knew our budget for Flock, that was a fixed, mostly fixed number, and so I came up with this format that I was trialing, and if it works well, I want to try to use that for all of Fedora's, how anyone can see our spend. So there's works in progress there, but I think we are 1 minute until the next session. Fortunately, I'm the next speaker, so I don't have to rush out of here. Oh, coffee, great. So I will get some coffee, because I have not had that this morning. But thank you all for being here. I know this was we went in many different directions, but this is all really helpful feedback. Thank you all for being here and spending your morning here talking about Fedora project budget and how we're going to spend our 2024 budget. So thank you all, and we'll see you in the coffee break. Hello. Welcome to the Community Operations workshop here. You're going to be stuck in a room with me and Sumantro for 90 minutes. But before we get you into the trap, we'll do some quick introductions. I'm Justin. Many of you were just here in the last session. Thanks for coming back. If you haven't seen me, I work at Red Hat as the Fedora community architect. I joined Red Hat about a year ago, but I've been in the Fedora community for 8 years or so. And one of the very earliest things that I did in the Fedora community with the first Fedora community architect, Ramita Cosmaker, was launch a community operations team, often shortened to ComOps, which was a team of kind of people who did this interesting work of working across multiple teams and kind of were connectors in the community. And that was 8 years ago. A lot of things have changed in 8 years. But part of what we're wanting to do today is to restart that conversation. So I'm looking forward to, we'll have some activities planned, some discussion as well, but I'm looking forward to hearing from all of you around this idea and getting your feedback too.
So I'm Shumantro. Most of you know me as Shumantro M over IRC. I work for the Fedora QA team, but since last 7 years or so, I used to work for, or rather assist, few of the ComOps members. One of them I would highly name as Sachin Kamath. If you have ever seen him on IRC, you know who he is. So most of these guys used to develop matrices and data points and crunch numbers, and I was more interested into that thing to get community matrix, to have an understanding of how the quality of life of a contributor in Fedora would go about. And ComOps was one of my very starting points. So I am here to start this conversation and gather feedbacks.
So I think to kick things off, we're going to do another sticky note activity, if you were just in here in the last session. And yes, I have got the pad here. I know you all already have pens, so if you want to go and distribute those out. I'm going to deviate from our playbook a little bit here because I realize there's a question that let's do like, well, we might use them again, so you can give like 3 or 4 per person. We can always share more if we need to. But the question that I'm going to pose to you all is, when you think of community operations, what things come to mind for you? What does this term, what do you think this kind of work in open source community looks like? So you can write it all on one sticky note. You can write different things on multiple sticky notes. Format is totally up to you. But we'll take, let's see, so it is 11:08 now. We will come back around 11:13, 14 or so, and then we'll have everyone come and put their sticky notes up here in the front, and we'll take a look at what do people think community operations is, and what does it mean? Yes, so all we're doing is, what do you think community operations is in an open source project? What does someone who does ComOps do? Or what does this team, what kind of tasks do you think, or give us your feedback. When you hear community operations, what do you think of? So we'll take 5 minutes. We'll come back around 11:13, 14, or when everyone looks like they're done writing. sticky notes, you can come to the front and put them up here. And in a minute, or in a few minutes, we'll start to do some groupings.
And I asked about the candy, they're gonna see if it was stashed for us.
I am just fascinated. I am.
All of those coconut barfies in my mouth.
All right, do we have anyone? We got one more person coming up. Anyone else have some sticky notes left?
I have sticky notes left, but I said it all in one.
Written ones. I like that one. All right. So if you'll bear with me, I am going to read through some of these just for the benefit of our virtual folks who are here and to help me remember when I look back at this recording in 2 months. So what we have up here, some of the things people wrote, what is community operations? What do you think of when you hear that? There's definitely some common ones. Care and nurturing of the community. So I think generally community health and well-being is something I'm hearing a lot. Health and belonging in the community.
People within the community, they're included as a community.
And on that same one, ensuring member safety. This might fit into this one. Creating spaces for community discussion and interaction, kind of community health one, having safe places for spaces for discussion. Contributor journey, kind of in that. I don't know, I think that one might be different. Like, how do people move through the project? That's what I think of with that one. I don't know who wrote that one, but maybe they feel different. We have organize the community. Have inclusion programs, code of conduct, and maintaining harmony in the community. Some I think are kind of on their own. Okay, so under the contributor journey, we have supports community members who are getting started in the project, technical and resources, etc. Communication, transparency and coordination of community goals. I'd say that's kind of in the contributor journey, newcomer support bucket. On the right side, so also in the care and nurturing of community, I think that one would fit here. So we have one for creating and updating governance processes. And under that, we have some that are infrastructure, this one's a lot of them. Infrastructure, contributor user experience, politics and diplomacy, sociology and group dynamics, swag and funding, governance, partnering with bigger contributors. I might leave that one on its own. No, those are all good things, but it covers a lot of the different.
Okay, building and maintaining systems would go into.
Let's put this one. I think that's a new category here. So we've got building and maintaining systems and workflows for the community releases, and also creating and updating governance processes. Maybe would organizing the community fit in this one, maybe?
Maybe, yeah.
Events, I think, is its own bucket. That's one that's on its own. Same as statistics. I'd also put that on its own bucket.
This is going to go here, which is community advocacy is a part of events.
Community advocacy towards Red Hat, or maybe Red Hat advocacy towards community.
That's events.
So we'll put that in the events bucket for now. This was another multiple one.
Statistics is a different bucket.
Yeah, statistics is its own. We have one.
Question, whoever did the metricing one, make sure they know about chaos.
Yes, we have some great chaos representation in here. We were just talking in the last session about chaos, which is a community of practice around measuring and understanding community health in open source communities. They create metric definitions as well as create software to help people measure those metrics.
So this would work here because this is like a manager chat, platforms behind the scenes so people can meet and
Yeah, I almost grouped this one. It is kind of in that bucket, but I would group it. So we have one that manages chat platforms behind the scenes so people can meet and work with anyone in the community. And then this one that I really liked is the cement between the bricks, or the oil that keeps the engine running. I love that one, actually. So it's kind of in the care and nurturing of the community bucket. So it's statistics. Then identifying the needs that are common across communities and addressing them from that broader perspective. Kind of like, yeah, it's kind of in the middle of the care and nurturing and contributor journey one. And then I'm holding this one, coordinating projects across multiple teams and making connections, event planning and promotion, facilitating meetups and processes for teams, and conflict resolution. I want to put that on the other one with a lot of ideas.
this is check-in with the groups, follow-up, establishing SOPs, fingerprint, and
Okay, so check-ins with groups, follow-ups, establishing standard operating procedures or SOPs, finger posting, manned or unmanned. I don't know what that is. I don't know if anybody wants.
Yeah, I said it. So basically, like, someone, you're someone new.
Directing people.
Basically, yeah. So either you do that in a way that's like, either that you set that up so that it's that it's, you know, people find that information themselves. Someone has to do that, or else you're kind of touched on when you direct the people around the place.
I love that. So for the stream, finger posting is kind of a way of directing people through the community, like, oh, go over here for this thing, or over there, helping kind of help people. We're putting it in the contributor journey bucket here. And then also she had up here, driving transparency and general give work. Glue work.
I'm left-handed, it's
No problem. Glue work is an important one. I think that fits in cement between the bricks too.
that's half and half.
So let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then a lot. So roughly 6-ish groups that are up here. So I'm going to turn it back to the audience. As we were reading these out and sorting them into different groups and buckets, did any of these things that you heard from other people surprise you? Or did this all just make sense when we were talking about it? It was all like, oh, yep, that sounds like CommOps, community operations. Or were there anyone have like a surprise or thing that they didn't expect to hear when we were reading off these stickies? We'll do 1 and 2.
I kind of thought I'd hear more about advocacy and kind of the ambassador program kind of activities, and I didn't see that, and I was kind of surprised by that. So.
I had a couple questions I found myself asking because there was a lot of sort of organizing, bringing people together, these sort of things. And I kept on asking myself, to what ends, on behalf of whom, and like these sort of questions, you know, because I think oftentimes it's like, well, what are we organizing for and in whose interests? And like, yeah,
So would you
with what
say
goals.
it's like, who are the team members or who are the stakeholders of this team? How would you describe that?
I would be like, who are like this team? Who are they representing? Who are they beholden to? What are the incentives that drive like their focus? Coming from other organizing backgrounds, you know, it's very different. You could think of something like human resources in a company versus maybe a union organizer. Oftentimes have logistically very similar tasks, but because of the nature of like where they're situated within their organization, have like very different goals. even though they're doing like practically very similar things. Not that like it maps directly here, but I found myself thinking about that.
Yeah, those are good questions. In the back, or? Yes, okay.
So I was pleasantly surprised to hear when you said define what community operations means to you. To me, I went to the very mechanical, technical, button pushing stuff. So I was very surprised to hear how much the soft skills come into this particular function of the Fedora project. It's very nice to hear that's focused very, actually I would say probably even higher than the technical button pushing. But that was all.
Thanks for that. Anyone else? Surprises, observations, questions that you had when you were hearing these groupings?
Someone, I suspect it might be Greg, someone said sociological. I would love further expansion on that, please.
All I really meant was that I've been reading a lot of books recently. But seriously, there's a lot of study around online communities of all types, right? Not just software, but gaming, support groups, review sites, etc., and how they form and what we learn from that from psychology, sociology, economics, etc. And I'm finding it fascinating and putting a lot of it into practice. And so really, for me, getting a chance to think about that is one of the really great things about the job that I do within my communities in Red Hat, right? It's really good fun, and it does help a lot.
This is one of the things that I think is great about open source. You can go read a bunch of stuff and then be like, and learn a lot of things, and you're like, all right, let's build a team for this, let's do it. So thanks for that. Any other observations, questions, or surprises? Again, in the front here.
I guess I was thinking more to expand on the who we are here to be for. Like if you think about like the funnel of people coming into Fedora, are we here to represent the post join sig kind of function, like keeping contributors in Fedora? Because I saw some of the comments were more around kind of users or bringing folks in, but it's kind of unclear, I guess, as I look across it. Where do you sit in the contributor journey of you coming into the project, you being mentored and then being converted from just a new member into somebody who's doing actual let's say packaging, right, or documentation or anything like that? Like where do you go in that funnel? So.
The answer is yes. So when I said care and nurturing, where in the journey do you see this? Is it once you're in? Are you new? For me, care and nurturing is almost everything that's on that board, because it doesn't start when someone joins, and it doesn't really even end when someone leaves the project.
So I'm unclear. I might just need explanation because I'm extremely jealous of Fedora's multiple teams of people doing stuff.
Be careful what you wish for.
So I don't always necessarily know where, so from a perspective of bringing in community members, I think maybe some of that outreach and talking to people before they're in might be part of Mindshare for Fedora. And I'm not clear on where I don't have those, I don't have separate teams doing these different things, within CentOS, so I'm not sure where the boundary is between these different kind of community-oriented teams that you have.
That's a great question, and I also want to know these things too. So I think, do we have any last ones before I kind of got a three-prong approach here, which I'm kind of improvising a little bit here, but any last observations, groups about what is ComOps? Going once, going twice. Okay. So I think what I'm thinking might be helpful to kind of set the stage for the heart of this workshop, I think, is sharing a little bit on where is ComOps in the Fedora project today? How did it get there? And what we're thinking about now for rebooting this team. So I'm going to try and not put that one, but this one. So it would be a shame for me not to mention this amazing organization chart that was just updated by someone who I wish could have been here but was unable to. Marie Norden just updated this a month ago. So this is very fresh since the last update it had in November. But this is our organization chart, the map of the Fedora community. And if you've never seen it before, you're probably feeling overwhelmed. That's a pretty natural first reaction. But I do, quick question or?
A remark.
Remark.
Could we get this at the default wallpaper on Fedora?
That would be, I would endorse that. Do we have, we don't have a design team. Wait, we'll have Emma in here.
Maybe I'm not sure whether that was audible for the remote audience. My suggestion was to have that as the default wallpaper in Fedora.
It would be a cool wallpaper. Default, a cool wallpaper. I would use that wallpaper. So, can you borrow the handheld for a minute? So if you look at this chart, and maybe I should zoom in here, I always like, I don't know if other people feel this way, but I feel this way about the org chart as kind of a left brain, right brain way of thinking about it. So at a high level, how Fedora is structured, you have the Fedora Council as the top level leadership in the community. We also have two other leadership bodies that also play a significant role in the community. So on the left brain side, which you could say is the more engineering, probably more engineering side of Fedora, at the top, the governance for that side of the community is the Fedora Engineering Steering Committee, or FESCO. So these are the folks who review all the changes that are coming in from all these other places and little bubbles in the community. The FESCO is the group that reviews technical changes and kind of helps provide technical leadership around the direction of the distribution. If we come over to the right side, to the right brain, we have what, for lack of a better term, I would say is like our non-engineering groups, although there is engineering work happening in some of those places, but more generally, they're not usually code and software work. So the Mindshare Committee, which if you were in our last session, we talked a lot about that, so I'm not going to harp on it too much here. But it's kind of a decision-making body that kind of helps represent all these other bubbles and teams in the right side of the project, and also helps manage a lot of our budget and spending priorities for the project. So this has changed recently in the last couple of years. ConOps has kind of moved around a bit in this chart. But in our current situation of where community operations exists, it's one of the groups under the Mindshare Committee. So kind of like a SIG or a working group, I guess would be the parallel. And then the ambassadors, the advocate program, and the ambassador emeritus groups are kind of a subgroup of community operations, which nice concept, but I'm not sure if it has quite worked out that way because, again, if you're in the last session, ambassadors carries a lot of baggage in Fedora community. It comes with, because it's a group that's been around in Fedora for longer than ComOps was, 15, 16, 17 years ago. Ambassadors have been around for a while.
And operationally, it's, I mean, and I don't think in practice it's ever been under ComOps. I mean, maybe according to the org chart, but it hasn't been, really. Operationally, I mean, stuff just goes from ambassadors to Mindshare.
So there was some restructuring work that happened in the last couple of years during COVID when we weren't really doing in-person events and travel. So we tried to, there's been challenges in these areas of trying to revive those groups even before COVID started. And I think I'd still say it's a work in progress. There was a lot of great structure that was created in the last couple of years, but I don't think it's been fully realized or implemented. So that's where things are right now. But how did ComOps get up there in the first place? How did this team come to be? What's the origin story, Marvel Cinematic Universe origin story of community operations? So, well, before I open the docs, I think the context here is that in 2015, that was the year that we had the first, different title back then, but the Fedora Community Architect role was created at Red Hat to try to take some things off of the Fedora project leader back when he was doing a lot of things. So it helped diversify or spread out some of that work to be a little more balanced for the role. And the person who was the first community architect, Remy de Cosmaker, kicked off the community operations team with he had this vision of heat, light, and love, which maybe I can pull that up because he went to Twitter later and I'm not going to get twitter.com on this, but twitter.github.io. If I can hit it, that would be great, but I can't. Yeah, moved permanently. No surprise. Oh, no, it's still here. Amazing. I don't know. I would probably assume this is not the operating procedure at Twitter today. But X, yeah. Here we are. It's Twitter, so obviously. But his vision that he put here for Twitter, he kind of actually built out in Fedora. And so the vision for this community operations team back in 2015 was to provide these 3 roles in the community. Was to provide heat, which means work. Upstream, I will say this definition is a little more code focused, but I wouldn't limit your imagination to code on this. So he wrote here is like upstream contributions, bug fixes, designs, documentation, the rigorous work that drives the community. Light, which means visibility. So for the projects, contributions, opportunities, challenges, and people that impact the community. And love, that means culture and support, why we care, how we work, actions that grow the community. So CommOps was created as a team to help serve these goals in Fedora because if you looked at that org chart, there's a lot of stuff happening in Fedora all the time, every day. I'd like to find the person who makes the claim that they know everything in Fedora. I don't even think, Matthew's shaking his head here. So if you find someone, I'd like to meet them. But CommOps was trying to fill this gap of like, okay, we have all these teams, everyone's doing all this work, but how are we coordinating it? Of like, oh, we have an ambassador going to an event, and then they would create a sticker sheet on their own with a local vendor, and then, it's the weird, if you look at some of the older history of Fedora, there's some very funny looking Fedora colored logos, things that, so the design team input maybe came too late, or they weren't even consulted, or there'd be people who were doing their own documentation and could actually have been very useful for everyone else. But, everyone's kind of plugging away, doing their thing, and you might have a few of these people who are kind of doing the glue work, but there was no structure for these kind of people in the community. Well, there was a community working group that was actually before my time, but I don't know how successful they were with that either. So, CommOps started with this, and some of the origin back in 2015, coming back to what we just did with this exercise, well, what did we think CommOps was in 2015? We have these kind of high-level concepts, but okay, let's drill down and actually think around what does this work mean? So in 2015, and 16 really, we developed, I'd say, the 5 main buckets of things that CommOps focused on at the time. One of those things was culture. Really trying to promote the community culture that exists in Fedora. That I think if you've spent much time at Flock this week, you hopefully have been feeling some of that feeling as well. But we have all the rest of the year that's not Flock, and making sure that we're sustaining that culture and people feel connected and we're all on the same page as like the values of our community. That's really important. So things that CommOps did, we do interviews with Fedora community members about things they're working on or things that they're interested in. We launched the community blog in 2015, was CommOps that launched the community blog website that we have now. We did a Fedora Appreciation Week for the anniversary week of Fedora. We had a week where people could just go and reach out to their, it could be a package maintainer or someone else you work with in the project. Users even came in to just say thank you and be like, hey, you're doing great work. Or some people would be like, I love, come and do very general, oh, Fedora's great. Or then there'd be people who would be like, oh, Kevin Finzi got my ticket fixed. Thanks, Kevin, for more individualized kind of feedback. So we built a structure for that for a whole week. People coming in and really appreciating each other and calling out good things that people are doing. And then we also did a series, Top Badgers of the Year. So we'd look at the leaderboards of who the top 5 badge earners were in 2016 or 17, and then we'd interview them. How'd you get here? What have you been up to in Fedora? What's your story? Another thing that ComOps did in the beginning was elections. So these days, well, Ben Cotton had it down to a system. We did have some bumps on the way in the last election or two, but even before Ben took that on, it was actually always been a community, there was election wranglers is what we used to call these people. And usually, I think Ankur Sinha was usually the person who drove a lot of that. Someone else who couldn't be here from Flock, even though he's been in Fedora for so long, and he's literally just on the other island adjacent to us, but visas. But anyway, so we would help do some of the coverage. So we'd be doing interviews with folks, helping collect those interviews and publishing them on the community blog, doing the infrastructure plumbing for the elections app, and also just trying to, do automation for the calendar so everyone's like aware, like, hey, here's the deadlines, here's the expectations of what's going to happen. The third bucket was storytelling. So, I think it kind of goes close to the culture piece, but, being able to go out in the community and talk about, like, hey, here's the things that we're doing as a project, as a community. Here's the things that we're caring about, and making sure that people, I would say this isn't as much of a outreach as it was an in-reach, trying to talk to other Fedora people about things happening in Fedora, because it's huge, as you saw on the org chart. So things that we did back then was we interviewed, there was the Python 2, Python 3 migration back in the day, and there was the Python SIG was doing a mass migration of, trying to update Python 2 packages to Python 3. So we interviewed some of the maintainers for their hackfest that they were doing and how people could help. We did calls for nominations for the server working group when they were trying to find new chairs and new governance for the server working group. At Fedora events where people would be going, I think this was FOSDEM specifically, we would do like an overview of like, hey, you're gonna go to FOSDEM. Here's the Fedora report out of all the things happening. Here's the Fedora content and sessions. We did help wanted columns. So say like, hey, you're trying to get help on something. A community operations person would jump into your chat or hang out in a meeting, ask where you needed help, and then we do a column on the community blog. Like, hey, here's some things people are looking for help with right now in the community. I missed this one, but we used to do year in review with different teams to help different teams create a structure like at the end of the year. What was marketing up to this year? What were ambassadors in EMEA doing that year? What was community operations doing that year? The other one is metrics, which I don't want to make this exclusively a metrics session, but we have some really cool things in Fedora that most communities don't have. There's some age in some of those tools, but it's still really cool. We have this, if you don't know, we have the Fedora messaging bus, which is this bus of activity. Every time someone does a contribution of some kind in the community, again, leaning more on the engineering side of things, so like say a Git commit, or a package gets built or tested, or a comment is made on a Pagure or GitHub issue, that gets reflected into the messaging bus. And we can query all those things and take a look at what's happening in Fedora. So the ComOps team back in the day, we did a couple of things. I'm gonna guess that first one, analyzing Fedora contributor activity. Promise we're not doing spying or those things. But what we did was looking at, I think that was FOSDEM 2016. So we had Bhagyashree Padalkar, who was doing this work at the time in ComOps, who looked at people who took the badge at FOSDEM 2016. And she looked, have these people who scanned the badge, have they ever shown up before? Or are they newcomers who just showed up? And then what happened after FOSDEM? Did they go on to do other things in the community, or did they drop off? She also looked at Flock 2016, she presented on the life cycle of a Fedora contributor, which 7 years ago, we found out that roughly 50 or 60% of people who came into the messaging bus would drop off after 3 months. Some people would be shorter, some people would continue on for a longer term, but at the time that opened up other questions and things that were interesting of like, okay, well, why are people dropping off after 3 months? Is it that they hit a barrier, or were they just trying to do one thing and they got it and they're done? It opened up those deeper questions that we wouldn't have been able to ask without looking at it. There was also release party metrics. Back when we were doing more in-person release parties and the virtual end of things, kind of leaning on the badges end of stuff as well. And I also have to mention Alberto BT0 from the Fedora Mexico community, who is also a big part of all the metrics work that we were doing at the time and has created some really cool scripts around geographic activity as well. So that was a big pillar of CommOps, and there were some key people who really drove and owned that and used our tools to tell interesting stories, feeding back to the storytelling piece. And then lastly, in 2015, what was CommOps? We wrote out supporting sub-projects or other teams, other SIGs. So that might have been like wiki gardening. We were working with the Fedora Join SIG. We were helping Fedora Modularity get started back in the day. We helped the Fedora.net SIG launch when they were trying to get established, when .net just went open source, and we wanted to get that onto Linux. And a handful of other things like mentored projects. We did some of the plumbing for GSOC 2016, 17. And so that was what we started off with. In practice, people come and go, and there were changes in the community, and and also I think we had the first founder, Remy DeCosmaker, left the role. Brian Exelbeard came into the role, and he had a different approach for it. And some of the way that team functioned wasn't as documented. I think what happened was scope creep, kind of. Then people were like, oh, well, CommOps can do this, CommOps can do that. And suddenly CommOps was doing all these things, and then the people slowly dwindled, and the team kind of, I won't say went away completely, but it's definitely not, it kind of fizzled out after a while. And then COVID didn't help any of that either. So this is kind of the lay of the land 8 years ago. And so why we're doing this workshop today, and what we're going to switch to here to have more of a discussion in a little bit, is trying to reboot or revive this team in a sustainable way. Because even if we don't do all of these things again, I still think there's a huge value in having a structured place where people can jump in and, if you want to do storytelling, you want to talk to other people and help do that in reach, making sure that other contributors are on the same page and aligned. I still think there's a place for this kind of work. So the last thing I'll mention here before we transition over is where we've been at in the last couple of months. If you've seen on Fedora Discussion, we've had a conversation already for, it was like June or like May or June that we kicked this off. Trying to figure out what will this look like again? And if we try to revive this and reboot this team, what is it going to look like? We have a few folks who've already, some folks who are also in the room, who have listed their interests. So the idea that I came out with, the original proposal of, well, what should CommOps be now? I put out there's just three things that I think CommOps should do today, which is, again, the data science piece, coming back to that metrics part. I don't know what to call this one, but I'm leaning into product operations. That's definitely not what there's better things to describe it, but kind of that glue work that came up earlier, being able to jump between multiple teams and to have a place where people who do that cross-team work to connect and kind of be organized with how we do that. And then the storytelling piece, all the old blog posts that we used to do, the interviews with other contributors and doing that kind of in-reach work. But what should CommOps not be? This time I was like, all right, we probably need to lay out some things that we're not going to do in this iteration. One of those is the community blog. Back in 2015, when we launched it, it was the CommOps people. I guess that did kind of fit under our storytelling thing at the time. The team managed it, and it was largely, it was a lot of me, I guess, but we did have a team of editors there, and I think now with how the blog has evolved and changed, it's not an experiment anymore. The comm blog is here to stay, but I don't think CommOps should be the team to own the editing workflow for that anymore. I think we've got other processes that work, and I don't want to undo that, the system that is working. The other one is app development, which...
I'm going to stop on that one. The system right now is Ben is doing it. That's not a sustainable system.
A comment from Matthew that right now Ben Cotton is doing the comm blog.
It's not...
The challenge is that we'd still probably need to have a team. It is a one-person... Right, do you want...
Yeah, that's just a one-person thing.
So comm blog still probably needs some love and attention, but
Yeah, so one thing we could actually do is call for editors. We actually did not ever do that, right? But I'm sure, like, I'm one of the editors of Comblog, so I keep publishing my own stuff. But yeah, yeah, I
do it too.
yeah. So, but yeah, if we actually call for editors, I think there would be people who would show up, and then we can do something. Yeah.
And then the last thing, coming back to why the ambassadors were kind of boiled up under ComOps, I actually don't think community operations should own ambassadors. Whether it's its own thing or it's somewhere else, it's still a good discussion.
So, a little bit of history. In the last about 1 year during COVID, we kind of launched this revamp operation to get ambassadors somewhere from a dormant phase. So we actually phased out most of the information that was unnecessary, not there, would not ever be updated, and was mostly bit rotting. We kind of took care of that, moved everything to this docs shiny page on the website, but we decided to move ambassadors under ComOps, and that was not a very great way to start things. So I guess, yeah, we would not want to have that there at all.
If you were in the last session, you know that that's still something we need to fix, but probably not in the scope of at least this session and what we're trying to drive here. So that was a lot of talking and history lesson. Hopefully didn't put, well, okay, I don't use this leave, just making sure. But just want to see, before we kind of transition to a more interactive part and thinking around what people are interested or would be like to see from a new revived ComOps, are there any questions or comments people want to add in? I see two here. We'll start with Robert.
So kind of going back to earlier, I think and especially going to some of the sticky notes, I think there's maybe, again, some confusion of, is community operations more inward facing into Fedora, or is it outward facing and outside of Fedora, right? Because I think there's a lot of, and there's a lot of overlap, right? Because it's that funnel of getting new contributors in some cases, is events, right? Awareness and things like that. But I think also at the same point, the bridge of bringing everyone together is kind of also what community ops does too, so.
Yes, and ComOps is not Fedora marketing, and would not take over that work either. And I think that's a very clear distinction, because the marketing team and Joseph are doing awesome things, and we don't want to feel like we're taking that away from them. I see it as different work. In the back.
Did we not just find the distinguishing part between the ambassadors and ComOps? ComOps looking inside, ambassadors looking outside? Say, like, to elaborate, ambassadors are there to promote Fedora, to get the word out on Fedora, to get people who are not part of the community yet to join Fedora, whereas ComOps would look more to the inside of the community and help them to collaborate.
I actually would be curious for Sumantro to take that one and get his take on that.
I would be, I'll let Mike finish comments and then I'll carry on.
All right, so I guess my quick comment there is I feel like it's tricky with ambassadors, because on one hand, yes, like going out to events, doing kind of the outreach arm of talking to the general public and open source world about Fedora. But I also have seen ambassadors do this role of doing kind of that inward stuff. I don't know if we have any of the Fedora Mexico, I don't see any of those folks here now, but they do a lot of in one hand, maybe it is kind of that outreach, but they do a lot of community building in their region.
It's not forbidden to be part of two parts of the community, but it would be for the definition of where do we split what. I always get the idea that my voice is hard enough to be heard, but it's more the definition part that I'm after. It doesn't prevent you to be an ambassador and be part of the ComOps team at the same time. But the definition part would be ambassadors are focused on spreading the word, whereas ComOps would be enabling ambassadors or enabling parts of the communities to get stuff done. And it's more the definition part I was looking at. Not that you cannot be part of both or that there is no interaction, but the definition part for me would be ambassadors are looking outside, they are spreading the word, and the ComOps team would be looking at the inside, where do you need help, what can we do for you to improve the situation? That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
So one thing that I would always add to this, and this came up multiple times, this exact same definition came up multiple times. Oh, so basically...
I want to see you on the camera.
So basically, all I wanted to specifically point out is, see, ambassadors they belong from the Fedora project on multiple teams, right? So think about it like if I am an ambassador and I work for the QA team, so I basically have some working knowledge of what QA does, right? So when I go around and do advocacy, and that's probably the next part of our talk, which is Fedora Advocates, that was created to basically do advocacy for Fedora. And most importantly, do advocacy in such a way that we could get and retain contributors to a specific part of Fedora. So if you're good at, let's say, design, you would onboard somebody to design team and you would help them maintain that retention period. And that would drive or help ComOps get the matrix out to understand if that is what a contributor sustainability story would look like for us. Yeah, that's one of those things.
Yeah, so I like the idea of making it, I think it makes a clear line, both with the marketing and ambassadors and all those things, to say ComOps is internally focused. That might include supporting teams in their externally focused roles, and things are fluid. There's no like, you can't talk to someone who's not part of the project yet, you're in ComOps. But I think, as part of that, I think it might make sense to move the ComOps bubble from underneath Mindshare to actually directly under the council. I think we talked about this a little bit before as well, because it's something that is supposed to operate on both sides of that project. Yeah. And part of the reason Mindshare exists as a thing is because previously everything on the left side there, the engineering side basically, was connected up through FESCO, at least nominally, whereas all the other groups were just kind of bubbles floating around the project, and it didn't feel like there was a place to connect. And so that's kind of where the idea of it was originally Outreach and then Mindshare, and ComOps kind of grew out of that. So that's why there's a thing there. I'm not sure that's, it's had its own challenges, but I think ComOps doesn't fit under that, and I think moving it to council and making the whole org chart get redrawn is probably the best thing.
Should kind of match the program.
It made John make a very confused looking face, so I want to hear what that's about.
All right. I guess, and I feel like I'm going to derail the current conversation, so please feel free to jump back in. But I guess my question is, what's the point of this reorganization, right? Because I'm hearing a lot of different discussions. Some of it feels like it's like, well, ComOps doesn't have enough capacity to do these sort of tasks, and we want to move them into some other part of the community or organization that we feel might have more capacity to do these things, like maybe the blog or something. Some of it feels like maybe because we're situated here within the organization, we don't have as much easy access to groups in other parts of the organization, so maybe we should move somewhere, or we don't have the capability to standardize certain processes across these groups. And then, and this is purely I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but some of it might feel like just kind of organizational bike shedding, where it's like, well, are we going to be this color or that color? Are we internal or external or that sort of stuff, which, I'm not saying are invalid, but I'm curious from everyone else's perspective. Like, you know, what is the goal if this were to move? Like, what are people hoping to do?
I could respond to that, but I'd actually really like to hear from
All right. We should
response to that point specifically from Mike. Or did you want to make a reply to Mike's comment?
Oh, yeah, sure. Go first.
I think the question to be asked then to move away from the bike shedding is there a need for a ComOps team? You know, what would be the purpose of the ComOps team? And basically what we already defined is to enable different teams to work together or to bring teams together, basically, to help people out. And I think that need is there. That is real. And there is no... there's no good, I need to choose my words carefully, toes are long these days. There's no good part in the community where you can turn to if you get stuck. Then it's usually asking different people around until someone steps in and gets it unstuck. And I think that's exactly the idea behind the ComOps team to have a buddy to turn to. We need to bring people together to keep things going. And that's also what I was trying to refer to with my analogy to the cement between the brakes and the oil in the engine. You know, sometimes stuff gets stuck and it needs to get unstuck. And that's usually a hard part within the community currently.
Mike, you want to respond?
I'm kind of feeling like maybe the why ComOps part hasn't been clearly articulated. I'm not sure if that's...
It's not why. It's, I feel we need to emphasize more on...
Take the mic.
So I guess we need to emphasize more on why the value for ComOps to the entire contributors. Like, why would we want to have contributor investment in ComOps? To make more sense, think about it this way, that when we add anything in this org chart, it is to either expand the project in a direction or get quality of life better, or in some ways make a meaning out of this particular group. So one of those things that we probably need to understand or talk about is how ComOps can actually benefit the larger community. So if we are doing storytelling, should we be doing storytelling for, like, and the approach how to get the pieces out?
Do Robert come back to Sean maybe, and then Aoife? Okay.
So one thing I would just add, and I'll think of it in my DEI mind. So some of the things that ComOps is doing is very much around, you know, about contributors, right? So I'll think of it from Fedora Pride, right? We want to make sure that everyone has a safe space who is in our community, right? The same thing for the accessibility team or Fedora Women or anyone in DEI. It's kind of an overlap. It's, you know, making sure contributors have a safe journey. It's kind of in a different mindset. It's more about the work you do at Fedora, like what you're volunteering and contributing in. But, you know, in the DEI side, it's kind of a little bit different. Our focus is more about, you know, specific community issues. But in some cases, ComOps is more about the community as a whole. So I'd actually kind of agree with what Matthew was saying just a moment ago, is ComOps and DEI are kind of, in some cases, an overlap, because I would care from a Fedora Pride perspective, are we losing contributors? I wouldn't want to know how many of those joined the Fedora Pride SIG and, you know, was contributing, and then, you know, they're leaving. You know, was it a, you know, a contribution issue somewhere, right? They struggled to get information or something like that, right? And maybe could, as DEI, could we have provided more support? So.
Just taking notes.
There's an interesting comment on the Matrix.
All right, I'm going to take a look at Matrix.
Okay. Now, my confused face was just about the, like, whether it should be under here or under here. I guess I just don't know what logistically it means for it to be, like, I know what it means for me to be under my manager in OSPO, in Red Hat. Like, I report to him, he gives me performance reviews, he approves my budget. Like, what's the logistical difference of ComOps? Do they report into Mindshare Committee versus reporting to council? Do they, like, what's different? And
So yeah, although it's been a challenge to do it this way, we have had efforts to have like reports of what's going on in the project wrap up in this structure. So there is actually that literal reporting structure, not in terms of like who does your paycheck, but where the reports go. Like that there's it's very hard to do that even when when your paycheck is on the line, but even for volunteers, it's been hard to do. But that's the idea for reporting. But also, I think just for the where that group is supposed to have impact, I think just putting it there on the chart makes a little bit of a difference. Part of this, of the why, to me, is there's two things. One is from the Fedora Council point of view. The Fedora Council is comprised of people, a couple people like me and Justin who are hired to do our jobs there, but also people who come from these other parts to kind of connect things together at the top, which is good. But it also means it's people who don't have a lot of time to do things. So when we've got like the council should do this, or we often have ideas, or people come to us with ideas, and then we have no actually doing it branch of the council. So to me, in some ways, ComOps could be the, I don't know, what's the right term, but the actual. The executive? Yeah, I didn't want to get too much. I didn't want to get too much into like the structure of the U.S. government into it, but yeah, it's the implementation arm of the council, or the council. Here's some things we'd like to do, and somewhere we can hand them where there's people like, oh yeah, we'd like to work on this, or else tell us no, can't do that or whatever. But just like a place council can delegate things, that would be a really strong why for me, because we don't have that. And the second one is actually more personal for Justin, which is when Ben and Justin and I were kind of talking about the role when he was first hired, that we did some whiteboarding about like how our roles exist and overlap, and there was a comment somewhere that I'm not the CEO of Fedora, which is absolutely true. But in terms of analogy of where my job sits and what I do, it kind of is like that chief executive officer kind of position where it's everything that happens is my fault ultimately in some ways. And it's kind of, that's a lot of those sort of roles. And Ben saw the program manager role as a basically chief operations officer, and that's actually why we went with Fedora operations architect for the possible new job like that. And this has got some secret stuff on it, Justin, so don't share that with everybody. Don't read it with fine print. That role was fairly well focused, much more than mine, and far much more than the FCAIC or FCA role, which in the corporate analogy is chief people officer, chief marketing officer, CFO, chief financial officer. Like there's like, I don't know, 5 or 6 imaginary C-level titles we could put on this role. So that's a whole lot. So it felt like, wow, that's too much, and maybe it would be nice to have a team that could help support some of those things. It doesn't necessarily need to be ComOps, but that's just all of that stuff kind of needs support, and that's much more vague than the first thing, but that's part of the why from my point of view also. And maybe ComOps isn't the answer to all of them, but ComOps hopefully can be the answer to some of it.
So we're going to shortly get into the last interactive portion of this. So we will go, I think, is it Mike, Aoife, Penguin P?
Mike
So we'll do those last few.
Mike has declined his questions. He's sick of being ignored. I'm joking. Just a short observation, and maybe as a possible output for this session. So we began the session like with people giving what they think that the ComOps team does, and I said that it surprised me that I was expecting it to be more technically mechanical focused, and there was an awful lot of the soft skills, which is a wonderful team to have, but it's quite hard to scale, which sounds like it's one of the core problems. Not to say you should reduce, your soft skill mentoring and support, but sometimes it's hard to be both. And if you're missing your main primary focus, how are people supposed to know what you do? In every other kind of governing body that we saw on that diagram, you can tell Fedora Council is governance. You can tell that FESCO is technical steering, or engineering, or technical steering, etc. We now know Mindshare is more administrative and budgetary, etc. If you can't list what your group does in one sentence, you're doing too much. So maybe as an output for this, would it be feasible to get some sort of like mission statement or vision, or a simplified, this is who we are and this is what we do? And then obviously there are layers down to that, so operations mightn't be, there's many meanings to that, but a main core tenement of the group.
That's a great point, and you are all going to help us draft that in just a couple minutes here. Thanks for the idea. I just want to check, Penguin P or Mike, do you have any? All okay? Okay.
I still want to hear your answer to my question, but you can save that until after.
The why, or?
Yeah, the why move it? Why move comma? Why are you trying to do that?
It also often gives a group more authority for tobacco board.
So make it more important.
It's not necessarily important, but it gives it a higher visibility and a higher focus than if you were under 3 different levels.
So a comment about moving the ComOps team around, and like, does it make sense to have it under something else or on the higher part? Part of that being about a visibility and making some of that work more supported at higher levels of the project, if I'm summarizing that right?
Yeah, like in OpenStack, DEI is a working group underneath the foundation board.
So Amy mentioned about the OpenStack governance board and how they've structured it with some of their teams. So I know you want to be mindful of time. We're in the last 15, 20 minutes here. So what we're going to do is, by show of hands, how many of you know what a community initiative is, formerly known as objectives? It's like, okay, like 25%, I'd say. Okay, so if you don't know what these are, we are going to ask you to help us draft some of the mission statements or high-level goals of a initiative for community operations. If I can remember it'll redirect me. Yes. So what are community initiatives? I will summarize this for you in that whenever we're trying to do a big thing in Fedora that usually involves working with lots of teams and lots of people and might take anywhere from 12 to 18 months, we encourage people to do it as a initiative, community initiative, formerly objectives. Switch off of dark mode. Oh. Is that better? Yes. Okay, thanks for that. So, again, every community initiative has a designated community initiative lead. It can be a group of people. We've had co-leads for these before. The logistics aren't so important, but the important thing to take away is this is like a 12 to 18 month timeline for doing like big work in the Fedora community. So without getting into the nuance here, I'm just pointing this out as what the structure is. But what I'd like each of you to help us draft is based on all this discussion we've been having in here, what are top-level goals or objectives that you would like the community operations team, or you think the community operations team should address in this reboot revival? So I think, do we still have, we maybe do some more sticky notes? I don't know if everyone is exhausted on their sticky notes. I see a few. Do we have the big pad? Where did the big pad of stickies go? I do not have it. Do you still have the big pad, Sumantro? Where did the big pad go? I had a ton of stickies. Does anybody need stickies that does not have like? Okay. Community effort. I love it. So it is 12:11 right now. We'll take, this one might be a little more thoughtful, so we'll take like 6-7 minutes. We'll come back at 12:18 or so. We'll give us 7 minutes to kind of discuss what we all have here. So,
You're supposed to go to 12:15.
what? Really?
Still 12:15.
Did I mistype it?
12:11.
Okay. We won't hold you for lunch. We won't keep your appetite, but we'll just take like 6 to 8 minutes here and just write down what things, based on our discussion today, what things do you think should be top-level goals or objectives of a community operations community initiative? If you do have any questions, just, pop your hand. You can come up, and if you're done, you can come and put them up on the flip chart in the front.
Whoever wrote them needs to kind of, in one line, explain what the meant when they wrote it.
Give the context for each sticky.
And so that we don't have to interpret, and all we do is, okay, broadly categorize under the 3 buckets. So that way, we don't misinterpret what they have written, and we get our stuff sorted as well.
Yep, makes sense. So I think that's how we'll wrap the session. We'll just read them, and then for the ones that aren't try to dig a little deeper. Perfect. Not really a flat place to put this.
I got Stella on my team.
Oh.
I would find you
Done causing leg injuries. Okay, we're gonna bring it back up we got 5 minutes. So we're gonna do 5 minutes to go through the future, destiny, and fate of CommOps in 5 minutes. Let's go. So while there was the chatter, Sumantro and I were going through and grouping the stickies again. We've got a few that we want to ask some questions about, but we were roughly able to put them in 4 buckets of work and then life advice column of general tips and tricks. I don't think, we probably don't have time to read all of them, but the 4 buckets we came up with was, one common theme was around processes, the creation, documentation, and maintenance of how collaboration works and making sure that those things are clear. The second theme is around, I'd say, outreach and engagement, making sure that you're not just having processes, but people are know about them and are empowered to do things with those. There was the metrics one, metrics and data science piece. And then one that was kind of on its own, which we did want to ask on that one. So in the first one, we'll go left to right on these. We've got 3 under the processes, how to do things bucket. And I'm going to read out the sticky note. And all we want to know for these ones is just clarify what you wrote, just to get your perspective on this. So the first one we wanted to ask, someone wrote managing organizational and project processes. That was Aoife. So give us the juice. And because we're tight on time, a few sentences.
Yep, I'll be as quick as I can. I know. Stop interrupting me. Okay, so the Fedora project has many processes and things like that, and it's basically just around standardizing on them, making sure that either they all, if there's wiki pages, if that's what we're using, or Fedora docs or something, and they have a coherent kind of template, and they're up to date. They don't go stale. So just managing that upkeep.
The maintenance work.
Yeah. Not necessarily writing them, but making sure they're written correctly.
Yes. So the next one we had was execution on strategic plans, parentheses, project management, PGM.
That kind of goes to what Matthew mentioned around the Fedora Council needing a group of a team to execute on plans and stuff. So I have a triage one as well, so if you want me to run through that one too, I can. But basically, it's if the Fedora Council has some initiatives or objectives that they want to execute on, then the community operations team does seem like a logical choice to execute on those plans. Again, not doing the work, but shepherding the work, overseeing the work, making sure the work is happening and that there's a reporting structure in place or accountability. They're just that linchpin that a project manager or a program manager would often play.
Perfect. Next one is determine and quantify the roles and responsibilities of CommOps so as to remain focused and head off scope creep. Is that a familiar? Who is our author of this one? Unless they... It
wasn't me, but I agree.
I think we were curious on that one because there was the quantify keyword in there, and we just wanted to understand that, but maybe our author was too hungry. So, all good. The next one, so in the second column around, which was general ones around engagement, this one, I think we wanted to understand the diversity piece on it. It just says enhance engagement and diversity. I don't know, do we have the author of that one in the room? Dang, I should have front-loaded all these stickies. All the people had the controversial ones. I wrote it and then they left. Damn. And then the last one that we just wanted to clarify is manage cross-organizational infrastructures. Bullet points, community metrics, Fed message, Fedora blog, Fedora policy docs.
That was mine. So in a few sentences, CommOps is a cross-organizational team, right? It's kind of meant to work, be the glue, someone said, right? So any infrastructure that is assisting in that, whether it's Fed message, or if you're running Grimoire Lab, or if you have other infrastructures, like technical infrastructures that kind of are helping glue all these communities together, I would say a cross-organizational team like ComOps would be a good place to put that. I know there's probably a lot of that, and to like dump it all on your laps would probably make your brain explode and, you know, be bad, but that was sort of my thought.
Well, that's really interesting, because I would say that from my perspective that ComOps shouldn't own those things, but perhaps we should find a CPE friend to be our co-objective lead, or someone who could help us rep that side of the house.
I
Can
had exactly the same thought. That sounded more like the definition of CPE.
So it seems like working with the right stakeholder is a key part, right? Because that infrastructure is important. It's Community Platform Engineering Team at Red Hat. That basically is the...
We should not be saying CPE here. We should be saying Fedora Infrastructure. So CPE is a Red Hat team that one of their remits is to work on Fedora infrastructure, Fedora and CentOS infrastructure. There's been a little bit of conflation, not badly intentioned, but just over the last few years. And I want to make sure we keep that separate. So let's not accidentally do that and add more confusion.
Infra team.
Yeah, infra team. That's what's meant. Yeah, it wouldn't necessarily have to be somebody, for example, who is a Red Hat or on the CPE team to do this.
So one of the comments I wanted to add over there is, I think I attended a talk yesterday. So some of these apps that was mentioned over there, they already fall as a part of critical 1 or 2. In that case, any which way, Fedora Infra takes care of it. But if there is something that is not, like a Grimmer lab would not probably fall under it, but CentOS and Fedora can both benefit from it. That's the ecosystem stuff. In that case, yeah.
So we'll do Aoife, Robert, and lunch.
This would be really quick, just to kind of like, just to complement what Samantha was saying, and like where those kind of, where that help would lie. Yeah, the CP team, the Community Platform Engineering team that Red Hat sponsors, pays for, like there's a couple of us on the salary. We do take care of a lot of those applications, but the Fedora infrastructure team is not just CP, it's community folks, but the ComOps team would be a very interesting team to be able to like know the processes to get tickets opened in the CP team that the infrastructure is failing for whatever reason in that. So maybe there's just a bit better synergy needed between maybe the ComOps and the internal Red Hat teams.
All right. Well, we are pretty much at time, so I don't want to hold you from your lunch. But before we wrap, I did just want to give a huge appreciation and thanks to my co-presenter, because I was buried in all the flock things and did not get to put a lot of time in the organizing end of this. And Sumantro owned a lot of that. And in addition to this session, he's also been doing a lot of it for the last 2 years with the outreach revamp, together with Mariana Bala and Marie Norden. So I just wanted to acknowledge that all the work that Sumantro has done, yeah, and Sumantro, Mariana, and Marie specifically, because as you saw in the org chart, there's a lot of history. It's a very big thing, and it's hard work. And I'm appreciative of the work that people like Sumantro is doing. I'm thankful for all of you for spending, some of you have been here since 9 with me. Others of you just joined for this session. So thank you for your time, and enjoy your lunch.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Hi, everyone. Are you all sure you're in the right room? Okay, that's good. This is Discourse on Discourse, exactly. Cool. I don't have a presentation, but I have some of an agenda, and I can just start from the beginning of that agenda. See, there are three things. One is to talk about how we got here, making an agenda. You laughing at me for that? Yes, right. It's fair. How we got to where we are now, and what to do about it. Some terrible Python scripts I've written, and what to do about them, and maybe showing off some of the what moderation tools and things Discourse has and what they look like, and for people who aren't familiar with them. So I expected 3 people, and so I'm excited to see everybody here. This will be good. First, how many people have logged into Fedora Discussion site? All right, almost everybody. If you haven't, you might want to. Discussion.fedoraproject.org, that's what we're talking about. It looks like this. It's logged into my account here. I'm really pleased with this cookie notice because we were told by the compliance. So in order to get Discourse onboarded, Red Hat, as they've gotten to a bigger and bigger company, their requirements for vendors that Red Hat will give money to for things have become very, very, very strict. And this is over a year-long process to go through getting the vendor onboarded here with a lot of compliance checkboxes and things. And they had to hire a penetration testing company and a whole bunch of, so they went, anyways, it says this website uses cookies to function. The compliance people asked us to tell you, and then links to something with more information. And then it says fine over there, which yeah, exactly.
That's exactly how I feel when clicking on it.
Exactly, and I was really pleased that they allowed me to make that message be that message. What's that? That message was my draft. I had to make a message, and they accepted the one that I drafted, which I really feel happy about. So how we got here exactly, and I'm going to try not make Mo feel too sad about this, but I'm a little bit sad about it too, right? We've known for a long time, we talked a long time about how the mailing lists are not easily accessible to a lot of people. I'm not going to rehash all this. They feel buried behind things. And so we had in Fedora an awesome project, Mo was the designer for it, called HyperKitty to kind of make a mailing list first interface for it. But for reasons, it didn't get the investment it needed and it really didn't get very much development beyond the first launch. And I think that if it had, it would be an amazing competitive platform. But if wishes were horses, we'd have a really awesome GitForge. Powered by horses. So yeah, so this wasn't didn't come into Fedora as a haha, we're going to get rid of HyperKitty and get rid of mailing lists, although getting rid of mailing lists is on my agenda. Or getting rid of mailing lists as an interactive discussion thing. I think there's a lot of mailing lists as a broadcast platform or as notifications, things are going to be around for a while until the big companies destroy email completely, which, I don't know, 10 years? We'll see. We had a platform that had a thing called Ask Fedora, which was modeled on Stack Exchange, Stack Overflow. My phone is doing lots of notifications. Maybe people are tagging me on things. It was going pretty well in terms of the community, but the software we used was a open source thing called AskBot, which is kind of a clone of what Stack Exchange looks like, but it had really none of the back end things, and it didn't really understand the things that have made Stack Overflow successful as a thing, which that's a whole nother thing, but. Also, it ended up being maintained by one person who was not really doing very much with it, and we couldn't get any new features. Nothing was happening. They weren't even accepting pull requests very well. So that was basically dying off. We actually even paid that person for a while to try and get things moving, but it didn't go anywhere. So they decided they wanted something else and decided on Discourse as a thing. And at the time, Sonia Bonek was the community manager for like the Project Atomic stuff, and she wanted a place to talk about like Silverblue, and which is an emerging thing at the time, and some of the CoreOS, Fedora CoreOS stuff. And so she said, let's set this up. And I said, why don't we set it up as a general thing? And this is one of the places where I made most sad. I'm sorry, because I just set it up with discussion.fedoraproject.org, and I, maybe could have done more discussion beforehand. I'm sorry. It wasn't meant to be a surprise like that. But it has kind of gained in popularity, and a lot of people are using it. And at this point, I think it is really the best candidate for a primary asynchronous discussion platform for the project. Skepticism is okay, but I think it has a lot of nice features, and also it's a lot of other open source projects are really, I don't know, standardizing is maybe not quite right, but like Python switched to this as their main thing. Like all their mailing, they got rid of their mailing lists. Ansible, I've got Ansible person right behind you there, Mo, is going there. And there's a lot of other projects that use this, either in conjunction to mailing lists or instead of mailing lists. A lot of newer projects had not setting up mailing lists at all. I have one of my pitches for why this is a important thing. A lot of people were moving away from Fedora mailing lists to basically using GitForge trackers as their mailing lists for things. So we have people basically using GitHub, GitLab, Pagure for their teams, things, which is fine for a lot of things, but those aren't really very good. Like if things get big, there's no threading or anything like that. There's not moderation tools. There's a lot of, they're not really meant for extended discussion. They're meant for tracking issues. And worse than that, let alone whether they're good or bad tools, they're scattered all over the place. And there's a whole bunch of, like one of the things people on the mailing list, the devel list, are talking about how people moving away from mailing lists, which all come to your inbox, to Discourse sites, which are all in different places, feels more scattered. But I think we were really already getting more scattered because there are a bunch of, if you wanted to follow a lot of things, there are just a bunch of different like Git trackers somewhere that you have to follow in order to follow a lot of what's going on, like CoreOS stuff in one place. What's that? Well, these can go to your email too, right? Yeah. So Mo doesn't think the email interface is very good, but what's that? Yeah. So some of the yeah.
I have an agenda.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's. I don't know, we could talk about that a little bit, but you should be able to filter this pretty well. And the problem with should is Google, right? Because if you're using anything else to filter your emails, Discourse puts useful and meaningful headers into the mail that can be used to filter this very effectively and nicely.
So can we use this to move Red Hat off of Google Mail?
Sure, I'd be happy with that. Yeah. So I know there are some scripts that if you happen to be using enterprise Gmail, that you can actually run. There's a scripting thing that can run, and you can run it like I don't know how fast you can run it, but it will take your mail and can actually process it in more complicated ways. And so there's a script. It's actually on. I'm see if I'm going to find it here quickly. What's that? Yeah, right. It is not. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. So. So if you don't use Gmail, like whatever your mail client should be able to filter on the headers. What are you using for your? And they don't. I would be shocked if Colab can't do this.
Colab can filter on any header you want.
Yeah. So hold on.
I have tried to filter Fedora Discourse every which way. I've been promised as possible as possible.
Okay.
It's not. I have given up. I'm not putting any more hours into that.
Okay. Can I sit down with you and look at it?
If you do it, I'll take it.
Okay. Okay. So if in here.
I think the problem is Discourse has a completely different model than email.
And so,
So you're trying to translate between two languages that are not very compatible when you're trying to filter it. So even that, yes, you can technically check a box and say it's filterable, but it's not native speech. It's like reading a Google Translate of English to another language and back to English.
maybe.
Once you start
Yeah.
to use some features of
Yeah.
Discourse, such as reactions, that completely does not translate to emails, which means that
Yeah,
you're losing
right.
content.
So this is a design difference between HyperKitty and Discourse, which is an intentional different direction they went. So Discourse is, although you can interact it with the email, it is definitely web interface, app interface first. Because of that, there are some things, it isn't limited to things that are easily sent through email, right? Which, yeah, okay.
Sorry, I don't mean to derail.
Yeah.
I just wonder, because you have WordPress feeding into Discourse.
Yeah.
Right? Could a mailing list feed into Discourse?
Yeah, well, yeah, sure. In fact, we have that. So this announce list here is announce list feeding into Discourse here.
So could we not do that? Because
So-
I would have no problem, because I get my way and, oh yeah.
But, yeah.
I would have no problem
So-
if I could stay with a mailing list and people could interact with me through Discourse and I never have to log in or deal with its email interface.
The problem is it doesn't go back. It doesn't go back the other way very well. It's not a good two-way integration.
Oh, because WordPress does with the
So
comments, right?
the WordPress, we've turned off the comments on WordPress. So the comments on WordPress are coming from Discourse. So it is still a one-way the articles go one way and the comments go back the other way.
Okay.
And it's not a cycle. Sorry.
Thanks for humoring me.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, I grew up on mailing lists, and I've come to find this, the web interface, a better approach because, who was I talking to? Someone I was talking to just the other day was saying that here at Flock, that, they've gotten into the habit of they had like, I'm going to my mailing list in these folders in my, webmail, and instead I'm going, these are my Discourse sites that I have bookmarks that I go to, and just kind of slightly different workflow, and that's basically what I've adjusted to as well. Yeah. What's it?
That there is a big point, which is if a person is like 99.9% involved in just one community, what you are saying is totally true. If you are involved in 10 different communities, it's completely broken as a process. Because I cannot go to 10 different instances of Discourse.
Actually, yeah, I find that, for me, that's,
You go to 10 different discourses.
Because I have work,
But I have 100 email folders, and I couldn't read all of those. It's the same problem, it's just in a different interface. You're never going to be able to read everything.
Yeah, but with
Whichever
email, you
interface.
can bump up the topics that you care about.
Control J, Control J, Control J, Control J, and then I've gone through my emails.
yeah. Yeah.
It's not automatable.
So I'm also on that
Yeah.
same topic.
Yeah.
I mentioned this in the Meet Your Fesco session, that an observation I've made is we're kind of balkanizing the community, where you have long-term or long-time technical users who have an established workflow, who are also expected to live in high-traffic mailing lists. You're creating another thing for them that they already had a workflow for, and what that's leading them to is to ignore this. So we've shifted the participation from one subset of Fedora to another, and I'm not opposed to something new, but we have to solve the bridging problem. Like, we can't alienate the established workflows as much as possible, because we still want those users to participate. And this is just like what's happening internal at Red Hat, where we have multiple chat systems and all this bullshit going on that we have to check multiple places, and it only adds more work for everyone involved. Like, I still have to live on IRC for upstream communities. It's beautiful that we're on Matrix. Great, awesome.
Nowhere else is doing that. Internally, we aren't even doing that either. And I have to live on 2 chat systems internally that can't talk to each other. So this is, like, new stuff is fine, but we have to have that bridging effort so that we don't break workflows for people.
Well, there's, yeah.
So actually, I think that Kevin has a reply to this because he's using the email workflow.
Yeah, I do use email, but to your point, I don't use Gmail. So if you use Gmail, so then you're kind of stuck, right? Or you have to use this script or whatever. But yeah, email works for me. It's list ID. It's just like I'm subscribed to a list. I do miss out on like reactions, polls, things that don't translate, to emails. But other than that, it just is another folder, and I reply to it, and it all just works. But that's a different investment in infrastructure that I've made.
So yeah, that's awesome. It works for you. I have all of my Fedora email go to redhat.com, my redhat.com account, which I don't get to choose where that lives.
Sure, yeah.
So I could go and shift all of my Fedora community involvement to my personal email account and gain that filtering, and that would be great, but I mean, I already have a workflow. Like, that's the concern I have, and I know I'm not the only one impacted by this.
Well, and the other thing is that if you do the email, I mean, it's 90% of the stuff going through there is stuff I don't care about and I have no involvement with. And it's for that little bit, I've just shifted to using Matrix. And I just ignore this because I've tried so much. Like, I know, that I've tried. You know that I have. I can't do it. I just can't. I don't know. Maybe it's like
There's too many interrupts.
So maybe to answer a bit, I mean, I don't use, I use a method where I get notifications to email, and if I want to look at polls, reactions, or to reply, then I go to click on a link and go to the web. And I think that's, I mean, like, in my workflow, I read 1,000 messages and reply to maybe 2 out of that. And this isn't really that much different than the old workflow. And like Matthew said, I don't know, like the same thing happened with Azure and GitHub and GitLab already. So it wasn't like I was able to do everything from the mail client. You had to go from mail to other places all the time anyway.
Yeah, like for GitHub, like GitHub has reactions that you have to go to the website to do those. You can't do the reactions through, you don't see the reactions there, right?
I don't think the reactions are what's important. I think it's just, I'm in one system and I'm just skimming through and evaluating.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't get that skim through evaluation from the emails no, you can't. And so the only way I can use it and read through it is to go to the website. And the problem is the website is so cluttered and disorganized that I can't find what I actually care about. Like, tell me right now, like before, at least with a mailing list, I could go the design team list, and that was a place. This has so many like tags and categories and nonsense. Like, it doesn't feel like there's a place.
Yeah, so,
So how many layers, how many clicks do we have to make to get to design team? Can you see design team? I don't even think I see it.
so yeah, this page needs help, but there it is right there.
Okay.
So this is the design team space right there. And you could also get that another way would be to go to all categories and then.
But when somebody posts something.
You can subscribe to it.
Yeah, so and this is actually.
But when you post something, you have to know to tag it with the right thing.
Yeah. Yeah, so but if you're on this page and you hit new topic, it comes up that way.
But you have to know, and like when I'm posting on there,
And actually
I'm
in the
like,
wrong place. But.
am I going to make a faux pas if I tag in like
So, yeah,
workstation? Are they going to get mad
Right.
at me? And like you have a limit of only 5 tags, and I don't even
Yeah,
know.
so so this is part of, some of this is, I wrote a post, right, about, which is in the, go away this thing, please.
Is this the one I could never find?
Maybe, well, no, it's, no, the one you could never find was the email one, right?
The email one.
But this is the navigation guide linked right there. So this talks, I've tried to put that there in, If you have suggestions on how I can improve this, I would be happy to do that. But it is adapting to something new. And I think there's some part about that. I want to make sure we accommodate people's workflows as much as possible. But like, I think that making it entirely the same without any change, like things change, and I want to bring people along, but we've got to be able to have some, like, there's got to be some adapting.
So that's, you know, we can complain about the interface all we want and how it fits into my workflow or it doesn't. I can make it fit, you know, if that's the option. But the bigger problem is, I think, exactly what Dave said. You know, we've got this split now. You have people who are participating in the email list. Yeah, I've logged into here. I don't regularly. It's not part of my workflow. I do read the email list, and I can interact on that. But you've got a group of people who are interacting on email lists. You have a group of people who are interacting on this, and there's very little crossover between.
Yeah, I would like to bring everyone here. That's my agenda. I think that's the solution to it, because I think it is the best common ground of the things.
I think it's not a tech problem, it's a social glue problem. And I was talking to the Ansible guys, and we had this idea, well, for example, if you're in Matrix and somebody asks a question, and then you have helpful answers, it's lost in the ether because that's a very synchronous medium. So could there be a way to have a bot that you hit an emoji and it makes a post to Discourse? And it becomes like, if you can bridge, and that's what I think David means by bridging.
I'll get back to that, actually.
Okay, because it's the social glue.
Like, let's let Adam behind you, because he's been waiting to talk for like forever. I've been like saving your comments for
I'm wondering whether I might tell a story briefly and perhaps ask you to do a little demonstration at the same time.
Okay.
Trust me. Could you open a new tab?
Maybe. Yeah.
And could you go to community.theforeman.org, please?
No, I can't type.
So I have heard all of the things you have said 5 years ago. I moved this community to Discourse 5 years ago. Could you go to the search, please?
Yours just says got it. Mine's way better.
yeah, this is ancient. Could you just put in Discourse proposal? So I'm going to demonstrate the search here. It should be pretty, there, the second one from November 17. This was me proposing this community move from mailing lists to a forum 5 years ago. It's a very long thread. I'm not proposing you read through it. I had an extremely vocal community member who was absolutely adamant that mailing lists were really important, that we really didn't want to break people's workflows, and that we really, really had to consider this carefully. In the end, I convinced the community at large, not that particular person, that we had to do this, and after 3 months of testing, we shut down the mailing list and migrated the entire archive into Discourse and moved the whole thing over. Within 3 months, he came back to me and apologized, and he was a huge fan. So, yeah.
He's actually more passionate than you.
The converts, that's how you, yeah.
So I absolutely hear you. I know where you're coming from. I've done that with one community before. It is definitely possible, but it is also there's always going to be somebody affected by it. There's no way around that. I do
That's
fine,
and I don't feel like we have a good answer for users.
Right. So the mailing list thing is being able to work with it by email is what most people tested. We did extensive testing on whether threading works properly with the emails that come out of Discourse. They do. You can definitely say the list ID thing is a problem with Gmail. I completely agree, but oh my goodness, trying to fix that is a pain in the neck.
The threading works, but if you're not okay. The threading works in that, you know, the in reply to headers are set correctly, so they show up properly. But like if I'm on my phone reading the mailing list, I can see the context of it because, you know, people, you know, quote the end, whereas I cannot do that with Discourse.
Yeah, I think we have the setting.
That's a setting.
Yeah.
But just to quickly finish the point that Mo was making is there's definitely integration you can do with other systems. So we have got chat integration set up for posting things from Discourse to Matrix on our test setup. We're looking, as you said, at whether we can go the other way. And I definitely want to see us doing some more GitHub integration within the Ansible space as well. Although we have to be careful exactly how much, because there's obviously a lot of traffic there. But there's definitely ways to bring people along and to remind them that conversation is going on in other places.
Okay, the thing of, is my screen above or below the other screen? That's maybe the most annoying thing about having, here we go.
Thanks. I just wanted to make the point, the balkanization is happening anyway, and it was happening before this happened. We had groups of people talking in Telegram. We have groups of people talking on Discord. So I don't think we avoid the balkanization by just not doing this, because people who don't want to use mailing lists will not use mailing lists. Even if there isn't an official alternative, they'll come up with another one. So I don't think we can not have balkanization. I think it's an insolvable problem.
I want to show the chat channel, but I've got a whole bunch of private personal messages today on Matrix, so I don't want to show. But we actually have, if you look in the announce thing, that is actually, we have some of them set up so that posts from Discourse go to Matrix channels, and I talked to you before, but then I dropped. We can do some of that for the other posts as well, so they go to Matrix, and we could also make a Matrix bot that goes the other way around. There are a bunch of other things. So like basically if people are feeling programmy, if you put .json on the end of anything, you will get a data structure that represents that post with a lot of information, and that can be used for developing any kind of complicated thing. There's also RSS feed equivalent of the same thing for stuff that you don't have to do the developing. I think it would be lovely if somebody would use this and make a NNTP gateway for it, because it wouldn't actually be that hard. It's like a week's project of intensive, crazy programming, because all the stuff you need to do it is actually there. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So somebody wants to work on that. Yeah. Tim in the back there too.
Yeah, I guess part of the problem with this change is that it's like a huge culture shock. Like part of the thing about Matrix, which I appreciate it, is the bridge is definitely not perfect. There's problems with it, but people could kind of come from where they were, whether they were a traditional IRC user and a Matrix user, and it kind of allowed people to test the waters, and slowly you saw more and more people coming over to Matrix and getting more comfortable with it. Well, I think the problem with this Discourse thing is just it's a really big culture shock and a big switch, and the whole tags thing is very foreign to people, and the email interface is there, but it's not perfect. So I think we kind of need some way to have a transition without fracturing things too much, and I guess I'm not sure the current proposals that I'm hearing are exactly going to accomplish that.
I just wanted to address the thing you said about, it's going to be simple to do NNTP. When you first made your thing about, I want to get rid of the mailing lists and move to Discourse, that's one of the first things I looked into. Someone started and never finished, which does not give me a good feeling about whether it's actually possible.
So actually, the thing that would be easy is the NNTP read view of it. The thing that's hard is making a posting back part.
Okay.
And
I didn't get that far into it because that's the first thing I thought is like, this feels like news groups. So maybe there's a way to do this so I can have my client and I don't have to be, complain about the web interface and that kind of stuff. But I found that someone tried to do it as part of a migration and they never finished it and it never actually worked. So I'm not sure. I'm worried it's not as simple as you think it is.
Yeah, I mean, most of the internet is littered with people's projects they started that never got finished. So
I don't know what you're talking about. I've never started a project and never finished it.
Aoife?
So I have a question to the gentleman who actually spoke about, was it the other Discourse platform? How long did it take for your community to get a bit more okay with conversing there? Was it 3 months, 6 months, a year? Are they still kind of upset about it? And to follow up, and I'll let you finish that, but where I'm going with it is to the general Fedora community, would we not as good people inherently just try and give this a chance?
How long has it been, Matthew?
That
Discourse has been up?
we have had it for 4 years, something like that, and there's been increasing adaptation of it all along. It's been, it has grown significantly.
I feel like it's one of those curve things, right? It's been here for a while, but it's been like this, and now we're in the middle of this part, so it becomes more.
So.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, Mo.
Sorry,
Yeah, so if I could just answer Aoife, and then I'll pass the mic on to you, Mo. So you've timed your question perfectly, because the person who took over from me running that community is sat right here. So we did a 3-month trial period of running them side by side, where I was importing the Google groups into Discourse every night, which was awful. At the end of that, we took a community vote and decided to go for it, at which point I shut down the mailing lists and imported them finally into Discourse. We moved over entirely. There were only 2 lists. It was a small community, I accept that, and that's one of the challenges. But within days, we were finding users that would never have signed up to the developer mailing list come and offering their input respectfully in a good way into some of the development discussions that were going on. We were getting more feedback, more involvement, and to Matthew's point about how we tend to silo things when we use individual lists, that was exactly the problem we were trying to fix, and it definitely worked, and it worked quickly. To this day, they still use Discourse for their work. I think they're pretty happy with it. We've not had really anybody come back going, this is terrible, can we go back to mailing lists? That just did not happen.
And just one other thing in terms of, so the Foreman community has some hardcore mailing list folks, and I think there's one of those long-serving community members. There's one, and he interacts solely with the Discourse via mail still. So he's managing to and he reads everything, he responds to everything, and he's managing it all via his own email client, which is definitely not Google. I'm 100% sure of that. And just I had one other thing that I wanted. Oh yeah, in terms, Mo, in terms of the anxiety around labeling and annoying people with mislabeling, I'm assuming you have done there's somebody responsible for the day-to-day operations of that.
That's part of what I was hoping to do in this discussion
Okay.
here. But well, it's okay. We're having another good discussion. We'll do that.
I don't want to derail that then. I think it would be worth looking at if we can get actual data from communities who have made a full-scale switch on not just like, okay, so you've got your individuals who were naysayers and now they've come around, but look at the people who have never been naysayers and have just silently dropped off because it didn't fit their workflow. So for me, anecdotally, personally, I'm an old GNOME developer. GNOME switched completely to Discourse away from mailing lists. Now, I'm not extremely active anymore because it's not my day job and it's hard. But, so I found myself really keeping up with what was happening on mailing lists, and I just don't on the GNOME Discourse. But I wouldn't show up and you're like looking for naysayers who have come around, because I've never gone on and been like, you can't use Discourse. No, I'm not going to bike shed that or whatever. I just don't find time to do it. So,
Let me add a contrary thing. I never followed what was going on GNOME because I had to sign up for their mailing list and I didn't have, right? So, but now I check the GNOME Discourse as one of the things I look at every week. What's going on in GNOME? And actually, there's actually a pretty nice feature of you can have it send you an email every week of like a summary of highlights. So like I don't actually check, yes. I don't check the Python one every week, but I get that email, and if there's like drama, I can be like, here's the exciting stuff, right? Like that's I would.
That's how I am with Fedora. Like I get the email, I get the Discourse email on a Friday, and I sit down and I get my popcorn ready, and I go through it, and I enjoy it. That way I consume it.
So this is just page views here, and ignore the purple because the purple is all bots, but of. People actually page views of the system over time as we were going along here, and then this is when we merged in Ask Fedora. So obviously that has a pretty big jump there. And annoyingly, these graphs don't end on a month, even if they're barred by a month. That's bad data presentation. But so there definitely was a lot of pretty good growth over the time there in activity and
Matthew, I didn't come here to cause a drama.
That's okay.
And I'm
no.
not here to be Miss Anti-Discourse. I just want to say, just to be fair, I have tried a
Yeah.
number of times over a number of
and I've
years
seen you-
to build community. You can Google my username or whatever. Look up my username on Discourse. You will see where I made multiple attempts over a period of I guess, years at this point.
Yeah, and I've seen you've actually been still interacting on it,
I-
even despite you
but
being
I've
frustrated with
given
it.
up.
So I appreciate
I've
that.
given up. I tried. I'm just done with it. And I just want to say that I'm trying to raise a social issue that I think doesn't just hit Discourse. It hits a lot of things across open source. And I'm in return, oh, well, we can implement an NTTP or whatever,
Yeah.
or I can do, and it's always like, use this script, or use this cool hack that I have to read a 6-page blog post to do, and I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in talking about the social discussion. And when I go to Discourse, it feels a bit empty to me because there's key people who are deeply technical, who I would like to weigh in when I make the effort to put a post on there, and I know that they're not logging in. So I need a draw. Like, it's about the content, not the software, not the technical. You can write all the scripts you want. If this key developer that I want feedback from is not on there, why should I even bother? And I think it needs to be a social effort. We need to find those key people, identify them. If you are a member of a Fedora leadership committee, you need to wine and dine them and get them to commit to be on here.
I'll sit down with you in your tags, Mo.
I'm not technically, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, but you were one of those people
We
too,
need to get
right?
those
That's-
core people in here
Yeah.
so that when people make a post on here, it's not just the Discourse users weighing in, and then you have to go over to the mailing list or track down
Yeah.
the other people to get their opinion.
Yep.
For me, it's like the workflow stuff is fine. I'm a UX designer, I have a lot of opinions, but it's not about that, it's about the social stuff.
Yeah.
That's all I want to say.
And I agree with you a lot, and that's part of why I want to do a wholesale move, because the halfway thing is painful for everybody.
Yeah, I was just going to say, that's what I was trying to say. I wasn't saying it's about other people too, like, oh, you have to consider other people's opinions. I mean, what you were saying, you have to get all the people here and agree. You know, the tag problem is really we don't have a convention that everyone agrees on. This is where we talk about this thing, and now I can subscribe to that, and everyone's there. I see the discussion, right? So, yeah.
And I guess another thing that tangentially related but important, like this is an open source project, and it's an active project where they have a lot of, like, there's a good community around it, and they are very responsive. And some of the things, like the filtering headers on tags, are there because I said, hey, we need this, and somebody was like, okay, cool, and they made a patch for it. And like, they're very responsive, and if there are other things, there's two approaches. There's some of the asking nicely has just worked, or suggestions, or finding things in the community, but also we are enterprise customers, and if there are features and things that we really need them to develop to help make it easier for people, we can push them on those and maybe even find some money for development, although, you know, money is
If I could just weigh in on what Mo had mentioned around this social challenge. Yeah, it would be nice to be able to like have this platform, this space for people to come and hang out and have fun and find friends there, and they should find that. But the long time, maybe deeply technical people who are holding out on the mailing list side of things that are meant to be actively involved in the Fedora project, pillars of the Fedora project, do they not have an obligation to the project that they are so deeply involved in to follow the project's decision to move to this and show up there for those who are struggling to find space there?
As volunteer contributors, they don't really have any obligation. However you codify.
Yeah.
Since we're in Ireland, I want to bring Gaeilge into it. Right, but that's the point. Don't you have an obligation? It's the country's first language. No, but I'm not saying that to criticize. I don't want anybody to feel bad. The point is, it's like a network effect. You need this core, like this, there's like a threshold you have to hit, and we still haven't hit it with Discourse. And I don't think it's on the individuals. Like, they need to have a compelling reason to log in, and that bare minimum. So it's like you go to the Gael talk, at least there's enough people around. But otherwise, you're in like Dublin or whatever, and you're trying to speak Irish to somebody, nobody. So you can't ever speak it, so you never get the opportunity. So that's what I'm saying, is there needs to be like a bare minimum core group that, critical mass, that's the phrase I was trying to think of. We need the critical mass.
So two things. I was just briefly talking with David, and we can actually filter on Gmail with X headers. I know because my Bugzilla emails coming into me are split into folders for Fedora 36, 37, 38. I do that with every release, and that's X Bugzilla reason and X Bugzilla release.
You're not doing that with a fancy scripty
I
thing?
know, I'm doing that in Gmail filter. So I'll look that up and I'll make a post on how to do it. And you might even give me a login to this to do it.
Okay, yeah.
But, okay, so that's the one thing, and that might solve one problem. The other question I have is, if you are using email as the interface for people who've run this, I know if I reply to something, that's great. Can I start a new topic from email?
Yes, you can start a new topic. However, that introduces the possibility of people impersonating other people, and well, it does. If you and we've had that problem on the Fedora mailing lists before, and I do not want it to happen again. So I'm a little bit wary about that. If we allow it, and also possible spam coming in. But we do actually have it enabled right now, where there's an email address which I have not publicized, but it goes to a special category where moderators can then. So it's basically like a moderated new post list.
So there's also no way for us to have scripts automatically post things to this as new categories?
Well, if you want to do it by scripting, there's actually an API, and you can. We have user API keys enabled, so you can generate an API key for yourself and post by a script. So that's actually some of the things, like yeah.
All right. So I worry about this as well, Mo. I need Ansible to do the same critical mass problem. And we haven't launched yet, right? So I haven't even started. And I do have the same worry about bringing the deeply technical people across. Other than really, really, really trying really hard to convince them really nicely, which is obviously part of the plan. I am trying to do this with Discourse groups. I don't know how much Fedora using groups, but I'm planning to rely on them pretty heavily. So we will have a group for each part of the project. So there will be core, and there will be DevTools and AWX and Galaxy and so on. And the idea is that people can do at core or at AWX in a post. Yeah. And I want to be able to rely on the fact that somebody in that team will get that notification. Yeah. And that I can get feedback from that team, because I don't want to be giving people burnout by saying, no, you have to reply. Yeah. I don't know, you may be on holiday, and I don't know that I should be bothering you, but if I can say, hey, design team, can someone respond to this? And I can have confidence that someone on the design team is going to see it, that's enough for me, I think. We'll see how it goes.
Let me come back to that about API posting. So this is a terrible Python script that I wrote, one of the ones I mentioned, that you can look at if you want. That basically it listens to Fed message, and if there's a new council ticket posted, it automatically posts a topic here, because this, I mean, yeah, thank you. So because one of the problems, like I say, having user, when there's a discussion in the Fedora council ticket repository there, like very few people see that. And so I wanted to and Fesco has this problem as well, where there's supposed to be a devel list conversation, but instead people talk on the ticket, and then you get at best split conversation, but sometimes 100 post Fesco ticket of people repeating each other and no moderation tools, and it's a mess. Really no threading, not even just kind of hidden threading. So anyways, this bot basically, that may be not the most exciting ticket to have picked here. It's great, but so somebody files a ticket, and on the ticket it automatically posts a thing linking to the topic and saying please discuss there, and then we mostly do the discussion and so that's one example of a bot that does the posting. Then on groups, so we actually have a bridge here, and this runs it was a CPE little mini project to make this bridge that it for reasons runs out of cron every 20 minutes or something, and syncs if there's a fast group, if the name of a group here matches the fast group, it writes the fast membership to this group. Yes, it is new. Right. Right, yeah, so now you do not have to do that. That is automatically synced. In fact, I renamed it to Design Team the same way it is in FAS.
The thing that started getting all of us CC'd on the review.
No, that's a different thing that I was overzealous about, I'm sorry. Yeah, so actually I could, I guess, in other words, that actually is a thing because there is a packagers group and there is the, so one of the things I did, this is also actually to address another problem Mo highlighted, which is we've got people who are long-standing Fedora community members. They come to Discourse, and Discourse has a system of escalating trust where new users can't post links or images because they're probably spammers. But if somebody is actually a Fedora project member for a long time, they come and they try to post those, it's kind of an off-putting experience, and we don't trust you. So one of the things you can do here is this one here. So automatically, if someone is a member of the contributors group, which is people who are, Kevin, is it one?
You're in at least one group that's not the FPCA or whatever.
Yeah, so automatically get this, and you automatically, when you sign in, bypass the first level thing to trust level 1 so that you're at the basic permissions of the thing. So we can do things like that for groups. This is also where you can set, I don't have a title here, but this is where you can put design team by your name. This is the title of that can be allowed there. And there are a lot of groups in FAS, so I didn't try to make all of the FAS groups here. That would be ridiculous and a lot of overhead. But anybody who, if you want this for your team to go there. And then the thing about having your team to be messaged, I haven't turned that on by default, but that's is a possibility here under interaction. We can change who the group is visible to, and these are kind of set arbitrarily for the groups right now because we don't have standards for what it should be. But right now, so the design team can be mentioned by anybody, and that will generate a notification for everybody on the design team. It will also, because there's above 16 members, it will give them a warning like, hey, you're about to notify 33 people. Is that really what you meant to do? And so for this one, I have that turned on. For the contributors group, I don't have that turned on because that would be really, really annoying. And other teams this should be able to, you decide on teams whether you want to do that. There's also messaging, which is turned on for this one, and that lets you send private messages to the group. So I'm going to go and turn that off, right? Yeah, nobody, right? Yeah, exactly. So I'm not really fond of that one, but there's a possibility. And then, yeah, so what I did, one of the things you can do here is make it so that when someone joins that group, you can change their notification settings so that if they join the design team, they're automatically getting notifications for the design team tag. And right, and then, yeah, so I thought, hey, we've got this new thing for package reviews. I'll make it so people who are in the packager group get notification when they get when there's a new post there. And, that was a little bit of a, I should have not done that. But, and honestly, I wasn't thinking about email as a notification thing, because I've got my email notifications turned off, and I was just thinking, oh yeah, they'll get a little 1 there when there's a new thing, which is less of an obnoxious thing than getting a bunch of emails sent to you.
It's actually not though, so
Yep.
think about queue stuff.
Oh yeah, that could be yeah.
It's same,
Yeah.
it loses meaning.
Yeah, well, so the idea was hopefully to make it be of people that it's relevant to, and the packagers group is too big for that. But something for the design team, it might make sense in a different way. Yeah.
So I want to answer this question or problem about writing and expecting certain people from the community to respond. Essentially, I think that we can expect that people who are active in the community will at least have notifications of their choice enabled, and if they're mentioned by name in a post, they will get a notification and do something with the notification that makes sense for them. So I think it's actually better than the situation that we had before. I mean, maybe just putting everybody in the address list of an email, and then this person getting replies for the next two months is not the best choice.
Yeah.
there's one other thing that I don't know if you probably can't demonstrate it here. In the admin settings of the chat integration, you can also say when a group gets a message, push it to a chat platform as well. So again, you could say if the design team gets a notification, also send it to a matrix room.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Mo, I promised you I would do that, and that I didn't. But
yeah, chat integrations.
So that is chat integrations, and that is that one's active. But here, this is so the first posts in the announcement. In announcements, you can set these things up, and on these different triggers, and so I guess this. I forget exactly.
I think
how you
it's
set
under
it up,
type. I think it's under type group mentioned rather than first post is what I'm thinking of. But yeah, but there's a whole bunch of ways to push things to chat platforms.
So yeah, if you mention magazine editors in a post here, they get a message in their Matrix channel saying, "Hey, somebody mentioned the magazine editors." IRC through Matrix if the bridge decides to be working at the time. Yeah, so one of the other things, though, I asked CPE to look at is maybe making, so there is a webhook so that when there are posts, that actually goes to the message bus that someone's made a post. And so you could theoretically get notifications off of that and make some sort of thing to follow that. But maybe it would be useful to make something that goes to the FMN replacement, whatever. Is it called FMN still? Good, that's good choice. So that you could actually, if you wanted to manage all your Fedora notifications in one place. And that's a little bit of development work to make that bridge. But if that would be useful to people, we could, go further than an investigation for that. And I think that goes to IRC, right?
Does this mean that we will soon be able to do like Koji builds via Discourse?
I mean, can you do them via IRC or?
You need the IDFMN plugin, but.
Yeah, I mean, we could. Koji builds via IRC is the thing already? Yes, and then you have to do that by posting messages with, yes, that would be probably a very tedious way to do it. But yeah, I mean, there are all sorts of fun integrations we could do, because it's. You can do something doesn't, but exactly, yeah, so true, yeah. Are we at?
I just had a quick question. And I came in late, if a group wants to request one of these integrations, to have one of these turned on, what would we do to make that kind of request?
Post in the help category there, and so this is actually part of what I wanted to do this with this session, but we'll do another time. Right now, because this kind of evolved like that, this has been run as like my pet fiefdom of design decisions and what gets turned on and how things go, which is a bad way to do things in Fedora. It was fine when there were 20 people on there, but if we're moving it to a big platform, we really need to move this to being a actual team. So if you're interested in being part of that team, please talk to me, because we need to create that, because it shouldn't be just me. Is anyone in here a moderator on this? Kevin?
I have that TL4 or whatever it is, the moderator light kind of thing.
Yes, so it is another feature is that as you interact with the site, you can get you kind of like Stack Exchange, you get more ability to do things like retag posts and so on, so that if you see that somebody, as happens fairly frequently, somebody posts a question about Fedora in the help section, which says site help, but whatever, people looking for help, you can move it to the right place. And you don't have to be a moderator to do that. Oh, right. And so you can also have, this gets into kind of the weeds about how Discourse organization works, but different categories can have different moderators, and that you can actually do that by a group. So I've set it so that for the change proposals, that category, all FESCO members are moderators there, so they can see what's going on and have more control of things.
So how does that compare to the TL whatever? Is that
it is
per group,
fairly
or is
complicated. No, that's site-wide.
Okay.
And yeah, there's a very complicated table of how the permissions can be, and some of them are configurable. But see, is there anything else important I should say? Yeah, other than people who want to help me, please come help. people who have concerns about this, I hope I can continue to make them less of concerns in various ways. Yeah. Yeah, no. Well, so script this thing, implement this thing is one of the ways to solve some of the frictions, but it doesn't solve the problem, right? Yeah. And also, one of the, there is a lot here, but that's kind of a consequence of Fedora is big. And so any place where we try to centralize things and bring things together, there's going to be a lot, and that's a design problem. And honestly, like I said, this is my design, so I'm not a designer. So there's some stuff which is kind of inherent to the site, but there are other things which could really be changed in pretty big ways to make them better. I know you don't like the drop-downy thing. That's pretty intrinsic. But just kind of the overall look and layout and things there's a lot of things that we could actually improve with. It's got a it has a whole bunch of things here where you can do custom CSS and a bunch of things, and things are fairly well marked for customization. Actually,
It needs a proper user research design process for how the categories are just
yeah, and I would at some point love to talk with you about that. But how much? We're probably running out of time here, right?
There's actually time for the next session. However, I checked the schedule, and there is nothing else in this room, so you're not blocking anyone.
That's fine as long as I have some water.
My thing says that this is over at 2:55. My question is...
I do have to moderate the panel about CentOS, Rocky, Alma, so on.
That's after.
In what?
There's a break. There's like a...
Yeah, but not too long from now, I'm just saying. So I should save my voice a little bit.
I guess my question is, whose decision ultimately is it to get rid of the devil list in favor of discussion? And
devil
what about
list,
if
yes.
there's not...
Nicely, yes.
And what about if there's not consensus to do that?
Yeah, so I think it ultimately ends up being a Fedora Council level decision because it gets that high. But for the changes, the change proposal to move there, that's a FESCO decision because the change process is a FESCO process. And if FESCO says we want to keep this on a mailing list, I'll try to convince FESCO otherwise, but it's ultimately FESCO process, so it should go where FESCO wants it to go.
To Mo's point on the develop list, we're going to have reasons. Right.
Yep.
Okay, so to Mo's point, we need to have reasons for developers to stop using the mailing list and want to use this. So the change proposal idea, yes, we've learned from that. We're going to make some changes and keep moving forward. But other things, like people announce the license changed in this package, or things like that, we can start shifting categories of content off the mailing list to here. But to do it as a Flag Day operation, I think would be off-putting to too many people.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's exactly what I proposed a couple months ago. So, I think moving some things that make it worthwhile to come is a useful thing to do. And maybe gigantic controversial change proposal wasn't the first thing I would have picked in retrospect, but it was definitely educational.
Well, yeah, we learned stuff. That's fine.
Like, for example, we're all at Flock. There's a lot of people at home maybe watching this stream very angry at me for starting discussion off mic, sorry. But, if I go to Discourse right now, there's no mention of, the video streams or what's live right now or what's happening if you go to the front page.
Yes, and
Right?
that's because we're all here, right?
No, we're not all here. And that's compelling content. That would bring
Yeah.
people to this. If you had a Discourse discussion for every single session, and instead of having the comments in sketch.org or wherever, or on Twitter or whatever.
I would love to move away.
Have the comments per
Sorry,
session, and then they
sketch.org,
post
I'd
their.
love to move away from there.
Yeah. And then, hey, Matt gave a talk about blah, blah, blah. Let's link that over to the actual discussion. The benefits that he was saying for Foreman, right, is you have all the lists basically in one place, so you can do cross-referencing a lot better.
Yeah.
You can do cross-referencing, well, there was a Flock talk on that, here's the thread, that kind of
That's
stuff.
a really good idea.
But that's the thing is, it's about the content. It's not about the scripts or the tech.
Okay, all right.
Just saying.
Thank you, Mike Volunteer, for keeping running back and forth.
So I definitely used the wrong choice of word when I said obligation earlier. I meant like...
You've been feeling bad about it
I
ever
have,
since.
because I
know.
didn't mean it to sound like, you know, you have to do this. But if Mo's suggestion to like create the content in discourse or in discussion is the right way to go about it. And as people who are long-term contributors in the project, and you know that this change has been approved and we're trialing it, that's what I mean about it's probably a responsibility that if you have an announcement that you want to make about a package retirement or something, and you know discourse is where we're supposed to be talking about this, you should have an obligation. You have a bit of a responsibility to like play ball with the project and post there, even if you don't like it, to start generating that content, to just be showing up there. So that's what I was getting to, and it didn't sound right the first time I said it, sorry.
Along those lines, the next time we have a change proposal go, because so our plan is to still send them to Devel Announce, because that announcement broadcast makes a lot of sense. And then we put a message in there at the top saying, please go here to discuss this, and yet, yes, everyone ignored that. So I guess I would like to ask people to not ignore that, and if you see somebody ignoring it, gently redirect them. We can do some more harsh things where we, like, we've done this before. You can kill the thread in Mailman where it will not accept any more replies to that topic, that thread, but that seems draconian. I don't want to do that. I'd rather, if we can, please help redirect people next time. Hopefully it will not be so controversial, and I hope we can get more people, you know, I do want to bring people along. That's.
Will the change request to turn off the mailing list and move everybody to Discourse be posted on Discourse?
Yeah, only on Discourse. No announcement for that one. Yeah.
I do want to say that I did make an attempt to post content on there, and I was not getting engagement. Like, you have to post where engagement is, and I was trying. Like, I really made an effort. You can look it up. Oh, yeah. And, yeah, and it's like, no, and I get it, but it's like, there needs to be more than just a bunch of core contributors doing their darnest to post stuff on here. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be, there has to be a social support system for that.
But actually, the discussion about the telemetry proposal showed that there is a huge mass of people already posting on discussion.
There were a good amount of posts where it said, like, this is this first person's post, and then that first post is like, you all suck, I hate you, I'm not doing it.
Right. And
yes, but there was also a number of posts from other people from the community who have been around for a while, and a large number of posts which were like prefixed by this person posted last time in 5 years, welcome them again, or something like that.
Do we have a way to assess, like, for example, like, okay, now this is scripting and data and whatever, but to say, you know, for the people who are in Fedora, and again, like, I would suggest, like, team leadership, Fedora project leadership, the big committees and stuff like that, what percentage of them are post on Discourse more than once a month? And then look at that as a metric, and can we make that higher? Can we raise the percentage? And what percentage would we like to see?
we can definitely do that. Akash has some thoughts. We also, this was actually a question on the survey. It wasn't a very, it was a broad question about what place, where you engage with Fedora. And I know that discussion was fairly high on that, higher than the Devel list, but I don't know about that broken down by, so in that there were like, I forget the numbers, but several times more people who identified as users only than contributors. So we can break that down by contributors and see what the numbers are.
Where I got the idea is you mentioned it has some tracking, like this person hasn't been here in 5 years. So it must store some data value for each account. This is the last time they posted.
Yeah.
So could that be mapped to the FAST accounts?
Yeah.
And then you get a list of the FAST user IDs that are in leadership positions, and then you have your number.
So there is a data explorer here.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's literally a Postgres database under the hood, right? So you can figure all this stuff out if you go digging about in it.
And Mo, like, this is some of the stuff that, like, I love about Discourse. It's got these things where, sorry, let me spill water on my laptop. I'm so excited. I'm showing it on my wrong screen here. This had, like, here you can actually do SQL queries of the database, and you can make reports that can be sent to people automatically, or that people can query in different groups can query, or can be pulled by the API pretty easily. What's that?
So the project that Lenka and David worked on,
Yeah.
it's
Mostly
Discourse
did
to
not
Fed
go on my
message,
laptop.
Discourse to Fedora
Thank you.
messaging. It doesn't have the historical data because it just got completed and just got deployed, but I think that it's going to be of great help to map the information pertaining to certain accounts as to how many posts they make or they react with, and the stuff that they've been up to, and that can generate some great metrics that we can probably make use of to gauge if it's something that's going forward, for certain groups, for certain tags, or to certain users as well, that how frequently they make use of a certain platform. Yep.
For one thing that I like is your posts are tied to your FAS account, whereas email is not. You can obviously make up a new FAS account if you want it to be more anonymous, or you can do whatever. We don't. It isn't necessarily. You can be anonymous. Is what I'm trying to say, but it is tied to your FAS account in a way that email addresses are not necessarily. So it actually makes it a lot easier to do some of those metrics as well.
Then people could feel confident, like, well, if I'm posting something, putting effort into this.
Yeah.
It is a big ask.
Yeah.
To ask people to learn a new platform and whatever, but to know the investment is worth it.
So I had a comment on the obligation.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, by the way. So yes, on the obligation to use the platform we've decided to migrate to, I agree with that. But at the same time, being elected to FESCO, being on the council, I also have an obligation to interact with the community where they are. And if the community has not completely moved to this new platform, I can't compel them to. So I have to be in more than one place at a time. And that is frustrating to me because I see that we haven't had a compelling reason for people to come over. So developers, going back to that, they would post on Discourse, but say, well, I don't know that I reached the people that I wanted to. I don't know that the people who I wanted to see that saw it, so I went to the mailing list. So this is one of those things where we have, like, again, to Mo's point, we have to have the social aspect there to get people on board. I mean, I do have complaints about the technical issues, but that's my own doing. That's just that's how I use a computer. But anyways, yes, we have to be where the users are and we have to get them on Discourse.
Mo, I'm looking at one of your posts here.
Are you calling bullshit on me?
Yeah, I'm calling bullshit on you. Look at this.
The thing is, though, but the thing about it is that, like, number one, I posted this for a very specific reason. I was providing a design specification, and I needed feedback within a certain time period to make changes. Like, that's a done deal. It's implemented. It's up. Yeah. Look at the title, right? But people still hit it. I don't really know why. But, like, when I needed that feedback at the time, I wasn't getting it. But it got posted in some news article or something like Foreignix or whatever, and then that drove a lot of people to see it. But it was after the fact. It was like, well, sorry, the feedback period is over, sorry. And some of this, too, is like people showing up with the popcorn and their comfy socks, and because, there's this back and forth. And It was a good, there is good discussion there. But,
you didn't see the names you wanted to see.
I didn't see, like, for example, this was the workstation page. Where's the workstation working group members?
I'm
not trying to call anybody out. I'm just saying, this is a very specific example.
We've also had a workstation and desktop team people not want to respond on Fedora mailing lists. A lot of people don't read the devel list there's another side to this of people who are important Fedora contributors who do not participate in our mailing lists because of their things that we can.
And I think part of this too is maybe I didn't tag it right, or maybe I didn't put the right, I don't know, @ hash whatever. It could be.
There's also February 2022.
Yeah, so it was, Let's see what other ones I can find. I'm dragging this back off the screen because when I click on Mo's name, it shows the administrative view of her account, and I don't want to.
I've got two questions that I wanted to ask. And partly because I came in really late, so I might have missed some of this, but I was just looking back around, thinking around the topic of moving to the community team, and I was wondering what the the scope was for trying.
We didn't get there.
Then I guess my follow-up question is then what kind of things from your perspective as the driver and owner of Discourse, what are the things that you feel you need from other people to help make this be a successful transition?
So I would like help forming that team, so that would be good. I think the feedback of, making sure we have reasons for people to go there. I think the suggestion of Flock, like that's really good. I guess people who are interested in developing those kind of things rather than, because I was thinking more along the lines of, running the site and moderation and those kind of things that we need to worry about and make it not just me making decisions. But I think people who are maybe interested in helping, build content around Flock or other events and things and content for the site, I think that's a useful thing. And I guess people to give it a chance, I guess. Thank you for giving it a chance, Mo. Yeah, I guess that's my immediate answers to that.
I'll help with design.
What's that?
I'll help with design.
Okay.
I'd be very happy to join in and share what we can do between Ansible and Fedora as well, because we can both learn these lessons. Right? We've got the exact same set of problems.
Yeah, and is anybody involved, deeply involved in Python? And I don't know if I saw Miro here.
No, but I do know that they have something that they've migrated to Discourse, and I think they still technically have mailing lists, but I don't know how much they're actually used.
Yeah.
I know, just waiting to finish.
Yeah, so this is, yeah. So Python dev got migrated at least. That's the. All right, I think we're, you got.
No, I was just going to ask if there's, since you're forming a group, is there any kind of opportunity, because for some of the DEI stuff, I know we use Matrix for synchronous meetings right now, but I'd like to maybe throw my hand up to say we'd like to experiment moving away from synchronous, because I think a lot of folks are struggling with the time zone issue and being able to run a meeting of sorts using Discourse. I'd love to be able to try to experiment that and try to figure out how to do that. I'm sorry, I set off the fire alarm. Did I?
All right, well, I guess we're done here.
What happened?